Chapter 570. Under the power of the martial world's will, the Destiny Clay Tablet was broken and turned into a stream of Destiny Chi, which fused into Jiang Nalin's body. However, Jiang Nalin's cultivation base did not rise again. In truth, Jiang Nalin already knew the greatest use of the Fate Clay Tablet. After she cultivated her virtual godhood, she could fuse with this aura and transform her virtual godhood into a real godhood. It was the greatest help on her path to godhood. Countless experts had died trying to do so. Unfortunately, Jiang Nalin was still far from reaching godly ascension. In front of God, he was nothing more than a child. No, not even a child. Of course, considering the current situation, he was very, very strong. The will of the martial world shattered the Fate Tablet and broke through the restraints of the Saints' agreement. Then it entered Jiang Nalin's body and vanished. Jiang Nalin's current strength was very, very strong. He could attack humans without the slightest scruple and could even rule over them. He was free of all restraints. With 3 great Daos and his control over the Lord God's photonic computers, he was already very close to someone with 4 great Daos. 40% control over the photonic computers of the Lord God surpassed a single great Dao. Unfortunately, Jiang Nalin wasn't able to unleash that level of power yet. Most importantly, Jiang Li was constantly restricting him. Scepter of Heaven. Jiang Nalin's series of advancements were completed in the blink of an eye. He made a grabbing motion, and a scepter appeared from his body, along with Meng Jiangnan. Meng Jiangnan was completely sealed, and he was even sealed in the heavenly scepter. Now I'm going to take back control of the photonic computers of the Lord God. Jiang Nalin said, Unfortunately, I just broke free of the Fate Tablet and used up all of my primal chaos paleo energy. Now I can only sacrifice you, Meng Jiangnan. No, don't sacrifice me, Meng Jiangnan said. Meng Jiangnan said, There's no way I have the power to help you take back control of the Sovereign's AI. That's true, you piece of trash. You're far too weak. I never could have guessed that the Fate Tablet would be so strong that it would require so much primal chaos paleo energy to break free. Furthermore, it's still inside of me, and I can't assimilate it. I originally thought I could take control of the Lord God's photonic computers. Jiang Nalin waved the heavenly scepter, seemingly about to join the battle. Jiang Nalin, hurry up and fight. Kill Jiang Li. It's very easy for you to seize control of the Sovereign's computer. There's no need to make a sacrifice. Kill Jiang Li, and the control will immediately return to you. The angel Jurgle let out a long howl. That's true. After killing Jiang Li, we won't have to worry so much. No one can take away the control. Only I can, because I also have the control and the scepter of heaven. Jiang Nalin knew that if Jiang Li died, the photonic computers of the Lord God would belong to him, and no one would be able to take them away from him. With the photonic computers of the Lord God, he would instantly be 100 times stronger than before. No one would be a match for him, and the Grand Emperor Sarara would be his. Everything else would be his. Only then would he truly dominate everything under heaven. Die! He raised the heavenly scepter high into the air, then slammed it down toward Jiang Li. He also joined the battlefield. At this moment, there were 6 experts with 3 great Daos against Jiang Li, who only had 2 natural laws. The difference was too great, and it was equivalent to a group of archaic beasts attacking a little rabbit. The difference in cultivation level and power level was immense. At this moment, the 6 experts once again began to attack Jiang Li. This time, the pressure on Jiang Li reached an inconceivable level. He was truly in a dire situation of certain death, especially since Jiang Nalin's power was far greater than anyone else's. The heavenly scepter suppression on him was extremely obvious, and he could sense that under the suppression of Jiang Nalin's heavenly scepter, his control over the photonic computers of the Lord God were about to be snatched away. The reason he hadn't died yet, and was still able to comprehend the ultimate arts, was mainly because of the calculations of the Grand Emperor Sarira and the photonic computers of the Lord God. Otherwise, his soul calculation ability wouldn't have been able to calculate the subsequent transformations of the infinite divine fist. Ha ha ha! Jiang entered the battlefield, going straight for Jiang Li. The heavenly scepter was like a sword, a saber, a staff, and even a spear, stabbing directly at Jiang Li's heart and brain. Every strike carried the aura of the heavenly kingdom, wanting to destroy Jiang Li's life and extinguish his soul fire. Jiang Li, the reason why you can use all the transformations of the infinite divine fist and become more and more powerful as the battle goes on is actually because of the calculation ability of the photonic computers of the Lord God. Now that I've restricted your ability, you will no longer be able to calculate. From now on, you will no longer be able to comprehend the transformations of the infinite divine fist. This is the 16th move of the infinite devour technique. The infinite divine fist shall become the ultimate move. Rumble. Jiang heavenly kingdom scepter was like a torrential storm, bombarding repeatedly. It was like a divine dragon of heaven and earth, drawing out a beautiful trajectory in the void. The pressure on Jiang Li was getting greater and greater. He was clashing left and right, fighting in all directions. His fist energy was no longer as smooth as before. Infinite devour technique. He punched out again, striking the head of the heavenly kingdom scepter. A powerful force tugged at the scepter, trying to devour it. However, to his surprise, the scepter was empty, and he couldn't devour any energy at all. His infinite devour technique had no effect on the scepter at all. Jiang retracted the scepter. You can't devour any vital energy here because this is an ancient god item. Although your infinite devour technique is powerful, your cultivation level isn't high enough. After observing you for so long, I've found a flaw in your technique. You might be the creator of the infinite divine fist, and I'll admit that, but my comprehension isn't any weaker than yours. Now, take a look at my infinite divine fist. Jiang spread his fists apart. His body was taller than Jiang Li, and his iron fists were stronger than Jiang Li's. They could pierce through anything, and with a single move, they pierced through the blue sky. The profundities of the infinite divine fist began to spread throughout his body. Infinite future, infinite liberation, infinite freedom, infinite heavens, infinite catastrophe, infinite destiny, infinite eternity, infinite termination, infinite instant, infinite devour. Jiang fist technique began to display, one move after another, interlocking with each other. The waves behind pushed the waves ahead, and before the first wave was extinguished, the next wave would follow. In the blink of an eye, he had actually unleashed all the moves that Jiang Li had comprehended from the infinite divine fist. Demons retreated, and an army of 1,000 couldn't resist, especially when he unleashed the last move, the infinite devour. The devouring aura emitted from his pores was even more ferocious than when Jiang Li had unleashed the infinite devour. Jiang your realm isn't bad. Jiang Li's expression was solemn, and the pressure increased once again. He also unleashed the infinite devour. Rumble. The two fists collided, and Jiang Li's infinite devour was actually unable to absorb any of Jiang strength. I've said it before, once my martial world King's Tao is formed, I can imitate any martial art. The martial world King's Tao is the pinnacle of martial arts, the source of martial arts, and the highest profundities of martial arts. It's impossible for you to understand the spirit of this fist technique. Jiang said, your infinite divine fist is actually also within the scope of martial arts, and naturally, it can't escape my control. Next, Jiang Li, your role is to die. Die. So many of us experts have been fighting for so long, and yet we still can't take you down. Now, you're really at the end of your rope. Long Zaiqian was furious, and he felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he thought that with just him, wouldn't it be easy to suppress a puny saint? In the end, he still hadn't gained anything. Dragon battles in the wild, heaven and earth Tao. His fist was like an iron bucket, and he stepped on heaven and earth as he surged forward. His fist technique was like the power of heaven and earth, and all nine returned to one. Supreme of the Dragon World, Divine Fist. Bang! Under the combined forces of so many people, Jiang Li was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move, and he could only forcibly endure this punch. With a single punch, the boundless light surrounding Jiang Li's body exploded in the air. At this moment, Granny Bone, Saya, Ancient Ho, and Night Azura's attacks pressed down again, and the three's divine fists converged into a powerful force that bombarded Jiang Li's body. Crackle, crackle. Jiang Li's body swayed continuously, like a tree in a typhoon, and he was about to be uprooted at any moment. His body cracked like porcelain. All right, he can't hold on any longer. Angel Jurgle roared, and he waved the immortal extinguishing Great Tao in his hand, and Sword Chi slashed down. Heaven and earth extinguishing immortal, Yin and Yang, sun and moon, supreme of the 9-9, God extinguishing slash. These Sword Chi tore at Jiang Li's body, causing deep ravines to appear on his body, and it was almost impossible to heal. Jiang Li, stop struggling. Die. No matter how much you struggle, it's just pain. Jiang Nalin's heavenly kingdom scepter appeared in her hand like magic, and she suddenly stabbed fiercely. It actually pierced through Jiang Li's heart, and his body was pierced through. Then, Jiang Nalin began to stir, wanting to defeat and scatter Jiang Li's body. Roar! Jiang Li was fighting like a cornered beast. Ever since Jiang Nalin had sacrificed primal chaos paleo energy to break the fate tablet and absorb its energy, he had known that this day would not end well. He had long since predicted that this would happen, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was fight to the death. There are some things you knew you couldn't do. Even if I die, Jiang Nalin, I won't let you have your way. Jiang Li's body was on the verge of collapse, but his willpower was growing stronger and stronger. This battle had truly been a baptism for him. He had been in desperate straits again and again, and had relied on his enlightenment to rise from the ashes to grow stronger and stronger. But now, he couldn't hold on any longer. His enemies were too strong, and there were too many of them. In fact, he could even see experts from the four races pouring out of the passageway to Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, Yang Qi said, he's like an oil lamp running out of oil, but we can't let our guard down. He still has the power to fight back before he dies. Not many of the experts present could relax when they saw Jiang Li in this state. That was especially true of Angel Jurgle, who was growing more and more cautious. His final counterattack might drag us all down with him. But we've already made preparations. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no longer our fight. Hurry up and get your armies to cast the curse. The four races all had bases in the solar system. It was impossible to say how many armies each had. When these armies were united, their psychic power and soul fluctuations could be combined. Grand Curse of the Heaven Dragon. Dragon Zaition was the first to act. He sent out a spiritual wave. Instantly, the densely packed Dragon Clan army on Earth received the order, and the army released the incantation. This was the true power of a race. On Earth, the dragon race used the 36 Hua cities as their base. There were at least tens of billions of heavenly dragons descending. These dragon race were all powerful warriors, and after receiving the order, they all used the heavenly dragon Great Curse together. Immediately, countless incantations condensed into a golden river that appeared above Long Zaition's head. Chapter 571. Yiksha Divine Curse. Knight Shura also activated the curse. The number of Yiksha troops stationed in the solar system was almost the same as the number of humans on Earth. They were many times more powerful than the 10 billion Yiksha troops that the Yama clan had. The 300 billion Yiksha troops were all of high quality. Even the weakest among them had a vitality of more than 20, which was equivalent to a human embryonic breathing realm expert. Their mental strength was cruel, domineering, and extremely powerful. These Yiksha troops had been fighting all over the place. They were well-trained and united. When they attacked the enemy with the Yiksha Divine Curse, the will of the entire clan would be united. Even ghosts and gods would have to retreat. In particular, there were many great path experts and saints among the Yiksha clan. They commanded their subordinates to explode with a huge mental strength. The Yiksha divine curse turned into a pitch-black curse that descended on Knight Shura's body. This was no longer the power of one person, but the divine power of the entire clan. Originally, the 5 experts didn't want to do this to Jiangli because they were top experts and were confident that they could take care of Jiangli. But now, they were gradually losing confidence. They also knew that if they didn't completely suppress Jiangli at the last moment, they were afraid that the final counterattack would drag them down with him. But now, with the power of the entire clan, they could ensure that it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, like a tiger pouncing on a rabbit, leaving the enemy with no ability to resist. Roar! Scion Ancient Nu also roared. The giant army stationed in the solar system released the strongest curse. This was the immemorial divine curse of the giant spirit. Bone Realm Grudge Curse. Granny Bone also didn't want to be outdone. She waved her hand, and waves of grudge rippled between heaven and earth. This grudge also came from the place where the Bone Realm army was gathered. In the solar system, countless skeletons erupted with resentment. This resentment turned into a curse of resentment. Roar! Heaven and earth erupted with waves of tremors. Heavenly Kingdom Divine Curse. At this time, Saint Jurgil also released his strength. In the depths of the void, countless angel armies appeared. These angel armies also released their spells. In an instant, the clans of the 5 experts released their strongest spells and blessed their leaders. This way, their strength had increased by several times. Only Jiang Nailin did not have the power of his race. He was someone who had abandoned his race, or rather, he was someone who had been abandoned by his race. Jiang Li's body now had the blessing of his race. In the depths of Infinity Star, all the humans were praying for him, allowing Jiang Li to get through the most difficult situation. However, because of the theory of freedom of the human soul, everyone was free and independent, and it was difficult to unify them. Therefore, their combined strength was no match for the Yiksha, divine curse of the Yikshas. However, there were also benefits to this. The human race was full of talents. A race like the Yiksha tribe, on the other hand, was mostly made up of slaves and had no room for development. They had to rely on their superiors to promote them, and it was impossible for them to produce top-notch talents on their own. When this civilization developed to the extreme, it became known as the bug race. The bug race was very efficient, but apart from the mother nest, the rest were like walking corpses without their own thoughts. The current development of human civilization and the insectoids were at a completely different stage. However, human civilization was still in its embryonic stage. This was because the fate of the human race was finally decided when the theory of freedom of the soul began. At that moment, humans could truly be called humans. Only those who understood the concept of freedom of the soul could truly control their own fate and the celestial sphere of the myriad worlds. However, it was precisely because of the theory of freedom of the soul that humans had changed their thinking, that they had encountered a great catastrophe. It's over. It's really over now. Jiang Li's body was shattered, and his soul flame was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, he really had to fight with his life on the line. He wanted to drag a few of them down with him, sacrifice himself, and perish together with everyone present. However, these experts were already prepared. They had borrowed the power of their race and wrapped it around their bodies, forming a 5-directional force field. His life on the line would be in vain. The Yiksha tribe had an army of hundreds of billions, and when they condensed the Yiksha divine curse, it almost formed a sky, the Yiksha sky. Night Azura's body seemed to be in a trance, as if a ghost had descended. The Heavenly Dragon tribe had an army of hundreds of billions, but each of them was extremely powerful and of high quality. The Dragon tribe wasn't a race that excelled in numbers, but their Heavenly Dragon curse wasn't weak at all. It was even stronger than the Yiksha tribes. The Heavenly Dragon curse flashed with golden light, forming a golden galaxy in the universe. The Scion tribe also had tens of billions of giants. Jiangli had seen their curse before. It was the Divine Spirit curse. It was cruel, violent, and powerful, almost comparable to the Yiksha tribes. The Bone tribe had the largest number, even surpassing the humans. In the solar system, there was an army of skeletons flickering with soul flames. They numbered in the trillions. Although their overall strength wasn't strong, there were too many of them, and their curse was also very powerful. However, at this moment, the most eye-catching curse on the angel Jurgil's body was the divine curse. The angel tribe was a race that was good at faith and prayer. In a sense, they were also the insect tribe. They only believed in God, and they even asked other races to believe in their God. They created an ideal heaven, tempted people to fall, and then strengthened their power. In essence, they were not much different from demons. In fact, they were even holy demons. The angel army activated the heaven divine curse. The angel army wasn't in the solar system, but in a corner of the Milky Way galaxy. They had built a country, and once the divine curse was activated, it could be used on Jurgil's body at any time. In short, with the activation of the curse, Jiangli couldn't resist at all, especially when Jiang Nalan suppressed the control of his Lord God's optical computer. The 5 great races, the 5 great experts, and the trillions of powerful existences were incessantly activating their mental power to join forces and suppress him. At the very least, in the third universe, there were very few people who could contend against them. Jiangli die. This time, even if you drag someone down with you, it's useless. That's because you can't even offer a sacrifice. Under the suppression of this power, your final outcome will be death. No one will be able to save you. Jiang Nalan seemed to see the moment when Jiangli died. No one would inherit the control of the Lord God's optical computer. As for him, he already had 40% control, and he also had the key to activate the optical computer, the Heaven Scepter. In this way, no one would be able to pose a threat to him. He could officially obtain control, 100% control. At that time, how many times would his cultivation increase? Would these people in front of him be his opponents? His heavenly kingdom scepter danced about, becoming more and more intense. Numerous illusory figures were sent out, wanting to absorb Jiang Li's soul into it. Jiang Li's soul is also very important. It's best not to kill him. I want to merge his soul and thoughts with the Lord God's optical computer. Jiang Nalan was scheming in his heart. This way, I can even let him derive the infinite divine fist. I feel that once this martial art is truly created, it will be world-shaking. Although Jiang Nalan really wanted to kill Jiang Li, he wanted to obtain the infinite divine fist even more. Although he was arrogant, he was still very impressed by the infinite divine fist. He felt that the infinite divine fist was truly superior to his eternal divine fist. Jiang Li, stop struggling. Your struggle is really futile, especially when the person you are protecting is also about to perish. The dozens of planets of a human race, including the Lord God planet, are about to be destroyed by us. In order to destroy Jiang Li's confidence, Angel Jurgil was constantly attacking him with mental power. Jiang Li, the 7 ancient angels of the angel race have all moved out to attack the Lord God planet. No one can protect it. Although your limitless corporation has 4 saints, they're too far away from the Great Tao. They're completely useless. At this time, Jiang Li also saw the 7 ancient angels appear at the same time and attack the Lord God planet. He had no way of helping them at all. His soul flame was about to be extinguished. Lord God planet, Dream Kite, and the others were being attacked by Angel Noah. Angel Noah was an expert with 2 great Tao paths and could suppress the 8 saints. However, there were many experts on the Lord God planet, and they had been here for a long time, so they could resist his refinement. However, just as the 8 saints were desperately resisting, another 6 balls of intense holy light appeared outside the Lord God planet. Then, the 6 balls of holy light shook. Crackle. The entire Lord God planet was collapsing everywhere. The planet was heavily damaged, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. There was actually an earthquake. Normally, it was impossible for earthquakes to happen on the Lord God planet. This was because it was a man-made planet. All the gravity and earth changes were man-made. Humans could control everything, including the space within the planet. There was only one reason why a planet could have an earthquake. The destructive power was too great, and the planet was about to collapse. A powerful mental power swept across the Lord God planet. It was the will of the 7 ancient angels. Hurry up and surrender. Otherwise, all of you will become puppets. If you don't fight with your lives on the line, we will just subdue you and spare Jiangli. Right now, Jiangli is in danger. As you can see, he basically has no chance of survival. However, if you immediately surrender and convert, we will let Jiangli go and spare his life. Hurry up and answer. Jiangli's life is in your hands. What do we do? Hua Lu Dao and the others gathered together. Behind them were countless higher-ups. The parliament, the senate, the military, the government, and the elites of the human leadership were all gathered here. If they all surrendered, it would mean that the human race had fallen. No surrender, fight to the death. Dream Kite was determined. But Jiangli will die in battle. Long Yueji knew that it was a matter of life and death. Perhaps this was her last chance. Jiangli has already decided to die in battle. Dream Paper Kite's mind became more and more resolute. He's willing to spill his blood, so dying isn't a bad thing. We humans will only die in battle. We will never surrender. When the time comes, I will sacrifice myself. We will sacrifice ourselves. The reason why we humans are humans is because we are unyielding and unyielding. We will never compromise or surrender. Our souls belong to us. Even if we die and return to nothingness, we will never hand them over to others and live in humiliation. Yes, Hua Ludao laughed. Ever since I became a saint, I never thought that I would die. Who would have thought that I would die today? But it doesn't matter. This life has not been in vain. Let's fight. Fight! All of them roared wildly. At this moment, the fates of the human race were linked together. Let's go together. Rumble. Dream Paper Kite was the first to fly up, charging towards the 7 ancient angels. In the process, the saints of the Limitless group all flew up. Zichangye and Long Yueji weren't humans of Earth, but they also rushed out of the chief god planet together, courageously charging to their deaths. Chapter 572. Crazy. These humans have all gone crazy. They're actually charging at us with their lives on the line. The 7 ancient angels could completely crush the 8 saints and all the humans on the primary god planet. In the past, when Jiangli was still around, they had some reservations. But now that Jiangli was about to die, the 7 saints could do whatever they wanted. Even though Dream Kite and Dahe had extraordinary nomological laws, there was still a gap between them and great Tao experts. Right now, the 7 ancient angels, Noah and Moses, were all experts of 2 great Tao. The others were all great Tao experts. A total of 9 great Taos were suppressing them. Even the primary god planet would be crushed to pieces. Kill them. The ancient angel Noah was expressionless. Us angels have slaughtered countless races. We've also wiped out humans many times. This time, humans still want to escape the fate of extinction? That's impossible. Humans have always been our test subjects. Since these test subjects aren't perfect, we can completely wipe them out. Kill. The 7 ancient angels attacked at the same time, unleashing a world-destroying holy light. The people of the Limitless group are indeed the protectors of humans on Earth. On the primary god planet, countless doyens, generals, bigwigs, experts, leaders, and government officials gathered together to watch this moment. Their eyes were brimming with tears. Who was the protector of humanity, and who was the enemy of humanity? It was clear at a glance, because the Jiang family had never appeared in this battle from start to finish. In fact, the Jiang family had definitely sided with the alien races. Let's charge out and fight to the death. Rumble. The doyens of the doyens followed behind the people of the Limitless group, forming a torrent that charged out. The people of the Senate also charged out. We're all the higher-ups of humanity. We've enjoyed power. Now, we definitely can't be captured. What we have to do is fight to the death. We definitely can't betray humanity. We have to fight to the last drop of blood for humanity. We have the resolve. We can fight to the death. We're the elites of humanity. We're not afraid of death. Although we've enjoyed power, We can die for our race at the most critical moment. Even if this death is meaningless at the final moment, we can only die. As of this moment, all of the human elites erupted with power. They weren't afraid of death. Not a single one of them fled. They had all resolved themselves and were willing to die. Even if they died, they would not allow themselves to be captured. At this point, the elites of the human race were really going to be wiped out. As for the 7 ancient angels, they unleashed destructive power. The 2 torrents were about to collide. Suddenly, the entire void trembled. A huge hand reached out from the darkness of space and grabbed. All of the angelic torrents of light were caught by this giant hand, and all of the attacking humans returned to the primary god planet. They didn't know what had happened or when that big hand had appeared. What? Our attack was actually blocked by someone? Why is this happening? The 7 ancient angels couldn't believe what they were seeing. Look, there's another human expert up ahead. Saint Noah and Saint Moses cried out. Sure enough, a burly human man appeared in front of them. This burly man wore a button-down robe, and his back was like a crane's. He had a full beard, and it could be described as a sword-like beard. His beard was like thatch, messy and messy. However, it was this mess that gave off the most domineering aura. He stood quietly in space, not moving at all. It was as though he was the god of martial arts, and even the martial worlds was suppressed by him. He was born purely for the sake of martial arts. Who? St. Noah's body suddenly moved, and he punched out. The sky collapsed. Doomsday divine fist. Destructive power coalesced into a great Tao, and it attacked the man in front of him. The eyes of the burly man suddenly shone with a piercing light. Whoosh! His body vanished. It was teleportation, a very ordinary teleportation. However, it was this ordinary movement that nurtured miraculous power. His martial arts had reached a level where they could turn the rotten into the magical. His vanished body appeared in front of Noah in the next instant. He punched out. Bang! Noah's eyes widened as he saw the unbelievable scene in front of him. He had no idea how this burly man had broken through his defenses. Because he was very strong. With himself as the center, he was surrounded by densely packed, distorted space-time. To attack him, one had to break through this layer of space-time, or to suppress the distorted space-time. But now, the distorted space-time around him was intact, and this burly man had appeared in front of him. How could he not be surprised? Then, before he could even react, the other party's fist bombarded him. He saw his body disintegrating inch by inch, and even his great Tao collapsed. Then his soul flame was also extinguished. He died. In his last thought, he did not dare to believe it. I died just like that? Impossible. This must be a dream. Why don't I feel any pain? Logically speaking, my death should be very painful. Especially the stronger one is, the more painful it is when they die. Because they are strong, it is not easy for them to die. This thought still had doubts, but no one could answer him. Because he was dead. He was killed by this burly man who suddenly appeared with a single punch. It was only a single punch. No, the remaining 6 ancient angels roared angrily in unison. They had no idea who this person who had suddenly appeared was. The burly man was like a god of martial arts. Just one punch had killed Noah. Who was Noah? He was an outstanding expert of the angel race. Even if an expert of 3 great Tao wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy. They would first have to fight for a long time and set up layers of traps. Only then would Noah not be able to escape. They had just roared angrily and had not yet thought of how to deal with this burly man in front of them. The burly man took another step. With his step, he arrived in front of the remaining 6 angels. Yet another punch. The 6 angels were just about to defend with their fists, but the fist was in the center, forcing all their attacks back. Then he saw his body disintegrate inch by inch. His great Tao collapsed, and then turned into nothingness. He had truly been beaten to the point where not even dregs were left. One punch, just one punch. The 6 angels collapsed. They had been completely wiped out. Their final expressions were of shock. Then they exploded, turning into dust, turning into green smoke that disappeared into the air. The threat of the sovereign planet had been eliminated. This burly man only used 2 punches, one to kill Noah, the other to kill the other 6 great angels. He dominated the world, his might peerless. After killing the 7 angels, the burly man tore through the void and appeared on the battlefield where Zhongli was. Who is that? Dreamkite was shocked. She thought she was dreaming. The scene in front of her was simply too shocking. Humanity had been in dire straits, but someone had suddenly appeared and killed an expert with 2 punches. It's the martial forefather Ba Liming. Rumble. Some of the Doyen elders and members of the parliament were shouting. That's the martial forefather Ba Liming. The person who disappeared with Wang Chao has actually appeared again. What? That's the martial forefather Ba Liming? The martial forefather Ba Liming. He had once again appeared in the mortal world. Furthermore, he had appeared at the time of humanity's greatest crisis. Everyone cheered and jumped for joy. At this time, the 6 experts on Jiang Li's battlefield had already compressed the space around them, trapping Jiang Li's infinite divine fist and infinite true energy. Bam! The 6 experts unleashed attacks at the same time onto Jiang Li. The majority of Jiang Li's body had already been blasted away. Even his head had been smashed to pieces. All that remained was a flickering soul fire deep within his brain. This soul fire had erupted several times, but was unable to break out. He can't hold out any longer. Let's use our final attack to take his life. At this time, the 6 great experts already knew that it was impossible for Jiang Li to even retaliate. After all, under such a huge attack, if Jiang Li could still recover, then he wouldn't be a human, but a god. Kill! The 6 experts roared at the same time. Their auras surged, and countless divine curses tore through the void. Finally, Jiang Li unleashed his final attack, one that could destroy the entire solar system, let alone a single person. It could even create an irrecoverable hole in the world of cultivation. One had to know that the 6 experts were all experts of 3 great Daos. Apart from that, they weren't fighting alone. They had the support of a huge race behind them, and the divine curses on each expert had the ability to move planets and create galaxies. Bam! This attack from the 6 experts even shook the sky. It was clear that the void of this battlefield was filled with chaotic laws. The 3-dimensional laws had become extremely chaotic at this moment, and their attack had interfered with the heavenly Tao of the universe. The 3-dimensional universe had endless heavenly Tao. Roar! Jiang Nalin was the most powerful. His heavenly kingdom scepter seemed to have the power to break through the ages. He raised it into the air and aimed it at the spiritual fire in Jiang Li's shattered head. He, Jiang Li laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that Jiang Li, would die here. But it doesn't matter. I've already tried my best. Can humanity's fate not be avoided? Since you want to kill me, then I won't let you get my corpse. He was about to self-sacrifice. At this moment, a stalwart figure appeared beside him. It was the bearded man, martial ancestor Ba Liming. His body was like a mountain, and he firmly protected Jiang Li behind him. Then, all the attacks landed on him, and his clothes were not the least bit messed up. The attacks of the 6 experts and all of their tribes couldn't harm him at all. He didn't absorb these attacks either. It was just that when these attacks reached him, they automatically collapsed. He was like an emperor, and all martial arts attacks were his subjects, and they had to submit to him when they saw him. He made martial arts submit. He was the true king of martial arts. What's going on? Jiang Nalin was the first to return to his senses. His kingdom of heaven scepter actually had no effect on this burly man. He couldn't help but be shocked. Soon after, he saw the true face of this burly man, and his heart was immediately shaken like a bolt of lightning. It's the martial ancestor Ba Liming. Jiang Nalin was a human from Earth. Naturally, he was an extremely powerful figure in this era, and he was Wang Chao's friend. He had lived until the modern era. Now, at the final moment when humanity was about to perish, he had descended. He was the ancestor of martial arts. Chapter 573. Jiang Li initially thought he was dead, but the martial progenitor had appeared and blocked all the attacks for him. Instantly, he recovered. One of his inner demons was the martial progenitor Ba Liming. He had fought with the martial progenitor for a long time in the battle against the inner demons. He had imitated the martial progenitor Baaliming countless times, but now that the martial progenitor was standing right in front of him, he still felt uncomfortable. However, he had no time to think too much at this moment. He had to recover his soul fire and his shattered body. He let out a roar and channeled the vast amount of vital chi and origin energy accumulated in the mother nest into his body. His shattered body rapidly recovered, and his soul fire began to glow again. Who is he? Long Zai Tian was enraged. How dare you oppose the dragon tribe? 10,000 dragon, celestial sword, undefeatable great Tao. Rumble. The great curse of the heavenly dragon formed by the entire tribe turned into countless swords that slashed down at martial progenitor Baaliming. This attack was a continuation of his previous attack. The 10,000 dragon celestial sword used the will of the dragon world as the foundation, the incantations of the tribe as the body, and his own cultivation as the driving force. The 10,000 dragon swords shone brilliantly. The domineering aura of the dragon world was fully displayed. Martial progenitor Baaliming did not speak. He looked at the descending 10,000 dragon celestial sword coldly and suddenly let out a breath. Whoosh! The breath created a gust of wind and a cosmic storm. Even the sky shook violently. Everyone felt like the roof of the sky was about to be blown away by a typhoon. Pung, 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 pung. In this one breath, the 10,000 dragon sky swords all collapsed, actually scattered in one breath. How powerful was the martial progenitor Baaliming? What? Long Zai Tian's face was filled with astonishment. He never expected the combined attack of his tribe to be blown away by the martial progenitor Baaliming with a single breath. He immediately retreated, but it was too late. Martial progenitor Baaliming threw out another punch. This punch was not fanciful at all. He appeared in front of Long Zai Tian again, ignoring all barriers and distances. His beard was like a sword, and his eyes were like the sun and moon, piercing through the darkness of the universe. It was as if a blinding light had descended upon the cold and dark world. Miserable, 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 miserable. Long Zai Tian let out a miserable shriek as his body exploded under the martial ancestor Baaliming's fist technique. Just like the angels, their bodies exploded. Even the three great Daos and the great curse of the heavenly dragon couldn't do anything. The martial ancestor Baaliming's fist was invincible. His fist art could destroy everything. He didn't use any great Daos, nor did he use any fancy moves. It was just a punch. With a single punch, it was as easy as breaking dry weeds. With a single punch, Chi engulfed the world. With a single punch, it tore through the ages. A single punch was enough to dominate the world. Incantations exploded on Long Zai Tian's body, representing the blessing of his entire race. His body also turned to dust. Then, the three great Daos wrapped around the soul fire. This was his most fundamental thing, but unfortunately, it couldn't block martial ancestor Baaliming's God Fist. Under Baaliming's Iron Fist, the three grand Daos collapsed and collapsed. In the blink of an eye, the powerful fist energy brought along a psionic tempest that swept out. Long Zai Tian's soul flame was like a candle in the face of a gale, and it was extinguished with a puff. The insufferably arrogant Long Zai Tian was dead. Just one punch had blown up Long Zai Tian, the leader of the Dragon Clan. Generally speaking, this kind of expert basically couldn't be killed. Even if he was surrounded by a group of experts, he could still escape. There was only one possibility that he couldn't escape, and that was that the person he met was too strong. In an instant, he could control time and space and destroy all of his thoughts and soul fires. Long Zai Tian, dead. Martial ancestor Baaliming killed him with a single punch, because there was nothing that could stop his punch. His fist art was destructive. It would not devour and refine the enemy, nor would it confuse the enemy. His fist art did not have any tricky angles. It was purely straightforward, like the general trend of the universe, like the unceasing flow of time. It seemed to be the truth of the world, and it could destroy everything in an upright manner. What? Long Zai Tian is dead? He was killed by a single punch? Impossible. Long Zai Tian was the overlord of the dragon race. He was the leader of the race. His strength was almost indestructible. How could he be killed by a single punch? Is he a god? Long Zai Tian's death happened in an instant. No one could react in time. Meanwhile, Jiang Nalan was retreating rapidly. It was too fast. Everything happened too fast. Long Zai Tian was killed by a single punch. Everyone's attack collapsed, and the pressure in front of them was gone. Angel Jurgel's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't believe his eyes when he looked at the tall martial ancestor Ba Liming. That was because, in his mind, Ba Liming shouldn't be here. You were suppressed in the Immortal Tower. Why are you here? It shouldn't be. You shouldn't be here. Angel Jurgel emitted a huge spiritual wave. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. He's not here in his real body. His real body is still suppressed in the Immortal Tower. This is just his projection. His power is about to dissipate. We still have a chance to kill him. As time passed, his strength would weaken. It's extremely difficult for his will to break through the Immortal Tower. What? Was this martial ancestor Ba Liming real? A projection? I don't know how many dimensions it radiated to arrive here, but if it wasn't its true body, it could kill Long Zai Tian with a single punch? Scion Ancient Dai didn't believe Jurgel's words at all, and he quickly retreated. However, at this moment, martial ancestor Ba Liming made his move again. He didn't speak, as if he was a cold-blooded god of death. Or perhaps, his will didn't know how to communicate with others. This projection was his martial will, and it only had destructive power and combat prowess. It didn't have the ability to communicate with others. He took a step forward and threw out 5 punches. These 5 punches were directed at Jiang Nalan, Angel Jurgel, Saigu, Knight Azura, and Granny Bone. As the punches moved, the heavens moved as well. The entire starry sky seemed to revolve around his fist technique. 5 punches. It was as if 5 celestial emperors had arrived at the same time. The Wood Emperor of the East, the Red Emperor of the South, the White Emperor of the West, the Black Emperor of the North, and the Yellow Emperor of the Central. Divine Fist of the 5 Emperors. Go to hell. Saigu roared madly. He kept using his axe, but to no avail. Under the fist technique, the huge fist force enveloped everything. His axe was the first to collapse, followed by his body, and finally his great Tao and soul fire. I can't accept this. Why can't I block a single punch? What kind of terrifying existence is this? However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. The moment martial ancestor Ba Liming used his fist technique, the entire world started to change color. A ball of fist intent permeated the infinite dimensions, grabbing onto all spirits. He seemed to be the last dot when a universe collapsed. All light, matter, and spirits were gathered at the center, and he couldn't even separate a bit of his soul. This was a purely destructive martial path. When Saigu exploded, Granny Bone and Knight Azura's bodies also exploded at the same time. All the blessings on them were destroyed. Martial ancestor Ba Liming had killed them with 5 punches, not giving them any chance to survive. After Granny Bone's body exploded, the 3 great Daos wrapped around her soul fire and tried to open up space-time to return to the Bone Realm. She let out a piercing mental wave that swept through many galaxies like a cosmic storm. A space-time wormhole even appeared above her head. An extremely powerful will appeared in the depths of the wormhole, trying to absorb her soul fire back to the Bone Realm, but it was to no avail. Martial ancestor Ba Liming's fist technique could seize all fortunes and suppress all will. Although it was just a simple punch, the resulting fist technique was superimposed and seemed to be inextinguishable. The universe of the 3rd dimension was constantly shaking, and that destructive ripple enveloped Granny Bone's soul fire. Poochie! Granny Bone's soul fire was extinguished. She was completely dead. I can't accept this. Waves of fluctuations erupted from Knight Azura as well. He unleashed various means to resist, but he was unable to move at all. The huge fist came crashing down from the sky. First, his trident exploded and the yiksha, divine mantra on his body, disintegrated as well. Then his body turned into dust, leaving behind only 3 great paths and the fire of his soul. That last bit of his life could not be preserved for much longer. The fist force reached the very end, and as it collapsed, his life met its end. Jiang Nalan, Heavenly Kingdom Scepter. Only Angel Jurgal and Jiang Nalan were left. The two worked together. Angel Jurgal took out the immortal extinguishing Tao and activated the Heavenly Kingdom Scepter with his mental will. Although the Heavenly Kingdom Scepter was in Jiang Nalan's hands, it was a divine weapon given to Meng Jiangnan by the angels. They naturally had a backdoor. The two activated the Heavenly Kingdom Scepter at the same time. Suddenly, a kingdom of heaven appeared, and the two of them hid in the kingdom of heaven. Martial progenitor Ba Liming's fist struck deep into the heavenly kingdom. The entire heavenly kingdom could not withstand it. Even the divine weapon was unable to withstand a single blow from the fist technique. The world started to be destroyed, and the glorious sacred light and hymns stopped. Then boundless sword chi shot out. It was the immortal extinguishing Tao, which blocked martial progenitor Ba Liming's fist technique. However, Ba Liming's fist technique shook slightly, and the immortal extinguishing Tao crumbled once again. Then, a destructive ripple blasted the heavenly kingdom into pieces. The heavenly kingdom was destroyed, and the immortal extinguishing Tao shattered. However, Jiang Nalan and Jurgal had disappeared, as if they had escaped from the attack. However, they left behind the heavenly kingdom scepter and the immortal extinguishing Tao. 6 experts for dead, and 2 escaped. 1 punch for 1. In front of martial ancestor Ba Liming, or more accurately, martial ancestor Ba Liming's projection fist art, these experts were no different from scarecrows. Ba Liming did not attack again. He looked into the distance, allowing Angel Jurgal and Jiang Nalan to escape. He seemed to be deep in thought. His figure turned faint, as if the projection of his will was weakening. You're the martial progenitor, Ba Liming. Jiang Li asked hesitantly as he collected his thoughts. Martial progenitor Ba Liming didn't say anything. He turned around and drew a pattern in the air. In the boundless starry sky, billions of light years away, there was a huge star field. This star field was 100 times the size of the Milky Way. The stars formed a 3-dimensional pattern, which was a pagoda. Go, find me, the immortal pagoda. I'm being suppressed inside, and the future of humanity lies there. A few bold words appeared in the pattern. Chapter 574. Martial Ancestor, you were suppressed in the Immortal Tower. What about Wang Chao? Jiang Li had many questions to ask this man with a beard like a sword. He had learned a lot after surviving the calamity. This man had appeared in time to save both humans and himself. His domineering aura, which could devour the heavens and earth with a single punch, had the power to kill all the worlds. The future of humanity is long and arduous. The current attack is only the first wave. In the future, immortals will descend here. The celestial sphere of the myriad realms has awakened. This place will soon become the battlefield of the myriad realms. Humans must protect their home and not let the celestial sphere fall into the hands of others. Otherwise, they can use the celestial sphere to enslave the souls of all humans. Remember, I've used up all the power I've accumulated this time. The next calamity will depend on you. Martial Ancestor Ba Liming didn't say anything. Instead, lines of words appeared. Go to the Immortal Tower's star field. You can save me there. Then, his body disappeared. This was really a projection, not a real person. A mere projection had killed so many experts as easily as slaughtering chickens and ducks. How strong was the real body? The danger this time is temporarily resolved. It's a pity that Jiang Nalan wasn't killed. Angel Jurgal also escaped. Did martial ancestor Ba Liming let them escape on purpose? Jiang Li fell into deep thought. He looked at the 2 treasures in front of him. One was the immortal slaying great path. Although it was broken, it still emitted a murderous aura. This murderous aura could even permeate a star field and turn it into a dead zone. The other was the broken heavenly scepter. These two treasures were destroyed by the martial ancestor, but they were still very valuable. After obtaining the heavenly scepter, Zhongli would be able to control the main god account 100%. His cultivation would skyrocket, and he would be able to push his infinite divine fist to the next level. Moreover, the combination of the immortal slaying great path and the immortal slaying great path would increase their destructive power tenfold or even 100-fold. Even if a stronger enemy came, humanity wouldn't be in such danger. Collect. Zhongli put the broken immortal slaying great path and the heavenly scepter into his pouch and took a step forward. An instant later, he arrived on the Master God planet. At this moment, cheers could be heard on the Master God planet. The humans had begun their great counterattack. Countless battleships were shot down, and dozens of planets shook as the experts of the four major races were killed. The battle soon calmed down. This time, the humans had launched a counterattack on dozens of planets and obtained countless resources. They had once again made a fortune. However, Zhongli was too lazy to care about this. Letting the humans fight on their own would also stimulate their hot-bloodedness and fighting spirit, which would be of great benefit to the human race as a whole. Where is martial progenitor Ba Liming? As soon as he returned to the main god planet, all the experts gathered. The Senate, the Parliament, the military, and the government officials all began to discuss countermeasures. He disappeared. What appeared just now was his projection. Zhongli quickly explained what had happened. It was actually very simple. With a thought, he communicated with many people. In almost a second, everyone knew what had happened. This was the simplest way. Now that the human parliament was communicating telepathically, the efficiency had greatly increased. So this time we've won? What should we do next? Hua Ludao asked. Do we continue to occupy the solar system, or move all of us to the cultivation world? Of course we have to occupy the solar system. The martial progenitor told me that the myriad world's celestial sphere is the birthplace of humanity, so we can't lose it. Next, some of us will cultivate in the cultivation world, while the stronger ones will build bases in the solar system. Now, the entire solar system has been refined into a small world. Look, we can rebuild the solar system and turn it into a world exactly like the cultivation world, Zhongli said as he pointed. The true appearance of the solar system was revealed. A huge light film enveloped the entire solar system. The sun hung high in the sky, and all the planets disappeared. Only Earth and the sun were left in the huge light film of the solar system. As for the rest, they were all bursts of vital energy, as if they were about to condense into lands, mountains, rivers, lakes, forming an inner world. The difference between a dimension and a planet was that one had a world inside, while the other had living beings living on the surface. Now, the solar system had become a huge half-dimension. Although it was far less complete than the cultivation world, it was already habitable. The solar system has already been more or less constructed by those experts. However, we don't have the strength to continue building it. It's not an easy task to create oxygen, large amounts of water, and a biosphere in the solar system. With our cultivation bases, we can't do it at all, Dreams Yuan said. It's fine, Zhongli said. I've already obtained the scepter of heaven. Next, I'll go into seclusion and take control of the Prime God's optical computer on Jiangnalan. Then, we'll have 100% control. That way, creating the solar system and suppressing evil will be effortless. Is that so? Then hurry up. What we need to do next is to clean up the mess and settle all of humanity on Infinity Star, or rather, enter the cultivation world to take refuge. Moving all of the dozens of planets is a grand project. Dreamkite immediately went to take charge. All right, I'll release Infinity Star. You take charge of the nest. Zhongli trembled. Space rippled, and Infinity Star silently appeared in outer space. As for him, he directly entered the Prime God's optical computer. He saw the brain-like Prime God's optical computer. Scepter of Heaven. He waved his hand, and the shattered scepter transformed into a majestic stream of air that circled around him. It actually shattered into many runes. These runes, Each of them was a world of heaven and contained many mysteries. When the prime god's optical computer sensed these runes, it began to glow. It's best if the scepter of heaven is broken. After it's broken, it'll be much easier for me to refine it. Zhongli smiled. He breathed out, and then a raging flame began to burn. This was his soul fire. His soul fire would refine the scepter of heaven and fuse it into the prime god's optical computer, then strip Jiang Nalan of his control. This way, Jiang Nalan would no longer be able to cause trouble. Moments later, the scepter of heaven turned crimson, as though it had been sewn together. The formerly pure heaven had transformed into a hellish world. Done. Zhongli knew that the scepter of heaven had already been completely stained with the aura of his own soul fire. He waved his hand. Rumble. The hellish fragments of the scepter were sent into the prime god's optical computer. The entire optical computer instantly expanded by 10 times. This was a sign that the system was upgrading and a fundamental change had occurred. The real optical computer had been activated. This way, the prime god's optical computer system was now virtually under the control of Jiang Li's soulfire. In my name, upgrade the system. Remove Jiang Nalan's control. Jiang Li's will transformed into data, which entered the prime god's optical computer. Crackle! A series of sounds rang out. Jiang Nalan's aura gradually dissipated, while his own control continued to increase. 70%, 80%, 90%. As his control increased, a formless energy spread out. All the humans suddenly discovered that their optical computer chips were operating at a much faster speed. Not good. Far away in the void, Jiang Nalan and Angel Jurgle stood side by side. Suddenly, Jiang Nalan's body trembled like a deflated balloon. His power rapidly weakened, and his face turned pale. My control over the prime god's optical computer is gradually disappearing. If this is the case, my chances of turning the situation around will be very slim. No matter how much I planned, I didn't expect the martial ancestor Ba Liming to suddenly descend. Angel Jurgle sighed. When a martial ancestor appears, we are not his match. This person's cultivation is earth-shattering. Even a strand of his divine can kill a powerful existence. He is truly extraordinary. However, where there is life, there is hope. If we work together again, we might be able to turn the situation around. How do we turn the situation around? This sure-kill opportunity has been nullified. Right now, Zhongli has 100% control over the optical computer. His power is earth-shattering. We are not his match at all. At this time, Jiang Nalan had lost his confidence. He was doing his best to resist, not wanting to lose his control. However, it was to no avail. He was constantly being pushed back. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream came from his body. His entire body was weak, and all control had been taken away. From now on, he had nothing to do with the prime god's optical computer. There was no longer a place for him among the humans. He had truly become a vagrant. Jiang Li, I will kill you. I will not let you off, you bastard. Jiang Nalan howled like a wounded wolf. My prime god's optical computer, my control. However, no matter how he howled, it was useless. The control had been completely taken away from him. He could no longer monitor the actions of the human society. Moreover, he couldn't even infiltrate the human society. That was because 100% control of the prime god's optical computer had a huge restriction on the entire society. No one could sneak in. The optical computer of the prime god was like heaven's will in the cultivation world. It could cover the entire human society and form the Skynet system. Heaven's will's supervision was everywhere. From now on, the entire human society would be in a state where the gods were watching. Don't worry, it's not time for humans to enjoy development yet. The myriad world sphere has been activated. In the future, even stronger existences will descend. The dragon race, the Yiksha race, the giant race, and the bone world are just small races. They are nothing compared to the myriad world. When the time comes, we will have plenty of opportunities. Jurgle wasn't as sad as Jiang Nalan. Jiang Nalan, what are your plans now? Why don't you go to our kingdom of angels? We can nurture you very well. I've already lost my value, Jiang Nailan said, chuckling coldly. Don't you know how to burn bridges after crossing a river? No, Jurgil said. As long as Wang Chao doesn't die, you'll always be useful. Your soul is special, and you're a human from Earth, born in the myriad world's celestial sphere. You have the blood of primeval heavenly king in you, and that's one of the reasons we're here on Earth. That's right, Yang Qi said. Jiang Nailan rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll use your primal chaos palea energy to cultivate. The two of them reached an agreement, and with a flash of light, they disappeared into the depths of the universe. Meanwhile, back on the Prime God planet, Zhongli was breathing deeply. Immense power and power descended upon him, and his soul flame suddenly grew dozens of times brighter. His soul flame had been a candle before, but now it was a blazing torch. Chapter 575. I have 100% control over the Lord God's optical computer. Zhongli was pleasantly surprised. However, his soul fire had increased tenfold, not because his cultivation had improved, but because the Lord God's optical computer had increased its computing power. The power of the Lord God's optical computer didn't belong to him. Therefore, Zhongli wasn't too happy about it. What he needed to do now was to use the Lord God's optical computer to refine his infinite godly fist and simplify the moves. In this battle, he felt that even though the limitless divine fist was exquisite, there were also many shortcomings. He had to make some changes. Between the moves, he had to change and refine them. He had to remove some of the fancy structures and make it more simple and unadorned. Especially when he saw martial ancestor Ba Liming's fist art, he felt that there were too many things that he needed to change. The infinite godly fist seemed childish and laughable in comparison to Ba Liming's unstoppable fist art, like a child playing house. With his original intelligence, it was impossible for him to deduce the structure of the infinite godly fist. But now that his intelligence had increased, his calculation ability was close to the cultivation world's heavenly will. It was easy for him to deduce the variations of the infinite godly fist. All right, infinite godly fist, change again. Zhongli slowly executed the moves of the infinite godly fist. There were a total of 16 moves. End of the world, end of the seas, beginning and end, lifeless, lawless, creation of the gods, infinite future, infinite release, infinite freedom, infinite heavens, infinite calamity, infinite destiny, infinite eternity, infinite termination, infinite instant, infinite devour. Each of these 16 moves contained different kinds of divine might. However, Zhongli felt that the first 6 moves were too complicated and didn't have the same variations as the opening moves. For example, end of the world, end of the seas, beginning and end, lifeless, lawless, and creation of the gods. These 6 moves didn't have any deep meaning, and there was nothing outstanding or amazing about them. They couldn't even be considered as ordinary martial arts. This had to change. The infinite godly fist had to be condensed. Remove all the fancy tricks and replace them with great ingenuity and the wonders of nature. Countless martial art transformations, countless martial art moves, countless energy structures, energy matrices, space-time combinations, all of them were in Jiang Li's soul thinking, transforming, condensing. The laws in his body were recombining. The original void laws actually started to change. There were more runes, denser, and more perfect. So that's how it is. Only today did I find out that the boundless grand Taos I comprehended are simply laughably childish. If I continue cultivating like this, I'll be utterly unable to cultivate to the highest realm. Now, I'll correct my own mistakes one by one. With the help of the sovereign's Zhongli discovered many flaws in his cultivation, especially in his techniques. It was as if he was thinking with a different brain and soul. Till the end of the world, drying of the seas and crumbling of rocks, without beginning and without end, lifeless and indestructible, lawless and creation of the gods. He wanted to delete these 6 moves. Whether it's till the end of the world or creation of the gods, there's only one goal, and that is to start the initial transformation. So many moves, it's too complicated. No, it's simply laughable. Jiangli kept thinking. Infinite divine fist. The first move is the most important. It's the origin of everything, the beginning of everything, the beginning of infinity. Therefore, my first move is called infinite origin, right? That's right, it's called infinite origin. The first move of the infinite divine fist contains the transformation of the absolute beginning, the godly Tao of the primordial beginning, the vastness of the sky, and the vastness of space-time. Infinite origin. Jiangli made a strange gesture and suddenly changed. It was as if everything really had no beginning and no end, lifeless and indestructible. Everything started from his hands. This was infinite origin. He once again recombined the infinite divine fist and cultivated it. He was like a great writer, constantly revising his own works, refining the words, and striving for perfection. The appearance of a martial art had to be modified countless times before it could finally be developed into a supreme mystique. Jiang Li's infinite divine fist was finally reborn. He fused the previous 6 moves into one, and then changed them layer by layer, pushing them forward. Finally, it was completely new. With each subsequent move, the structure within it was also recombined. The moves, the soul, the radiance, the energy, the profound mysteries of connecting to the myriad worlds were all changing. Infinite origin, infinite future, infinite release, infinite freedom, infinite heavens, infinite calamity, infinite mandate, infinite eternity, infinite termination, infinite instant, infinite devouring. A total of 11 moves changed. They were even more powerful, and the great Tao became more compact, and the nomological laws became stronger. The moves of the infinite divine fist were all named after infinite. The Tao of infinity was ever-changing. Jiangli had been calculating for several months. He didn't move at all on the primary god planet. His soul flame was constructing an array. In his body, all kinds of complicated yuan qi impurities were expelled. Then his 3rd and 4th nomological laws were also constructed one by one. All that was left was the final combination. Void, life, oblivion, fate. The 4 great nomological laws formed a new matrix. This was the embryonic form of the infinite matrix. The infinite matrix could store energy. There were tens of millions of runes, and each rune was a small world. There were no living beings in the small worlds. It was all energy, energy compressed to the extreme. When each rune spread out, its power was equivalent to the impact of millions of nuclear bombs exploding. This was the power of a saint. A saint condensed space, compressed a small world into runes, and the runes formed nomological laws. The nomological laws formed the matrix, and within the matrix, the soul flame was protected. Infinite matrix. Jiang Li's body moved, and he suddenly understood. A square matrix rose from his body. It was a tetrahedron. One side was the void nomological laws, one side was the life nomological laws, and the other 2 sides were not nomological laws, but the embryonic form of nomological laws. Although Jiang Li had cultivated for several months, and he had modified, refined, and simplified the infinite divine fist, and his cultivation and destructive power had increased several times, he still had not been able to successfully cultivate the oblivion nomological laws and the fate nomological laws. This required comprehension. However, the runes needed for the 2 great nomological laws had all been gathered, forming the embryonic form of the infinite matrix. In the center of the tetrahedron's infinite matrix was a ball of soul flame, and that was Jiang Li's foundation. The soul flame was void psionic energy, and it was also a manifestation of a person's mental strength turning into a physical form. All cultivators would reach this point when they reached the saint realm. They would use nomological laws to form the matrix, and the matrix would protect the soul flame. At this point, the body was no longer important. Jiang Li's current body was no longer made of flesh and blood, but an entity formed of energy. Of course, he could also transform into flesh and blood. In short, as long as the soul flame was not extinguished, his body would not be destroyed, and he could extract the energy from the nomological law matrix at any time and directly condense it. This was the profound meaning of cultivation. At this moment, Zhongli understood at a glance. He suddenly withdrew the infinite matrix into his body, and his body crackled and changed. He became mighty and majestic with an imposing appearance. The skin on his body was delicate and moist, and it had a metallic luster. It was indescribably gentle, like gold or jade. His current body was like an invincible battleship, traversing the universe, tearing through space-time, and basically would not be destroyed by powerful space-time storms. The infinite divine fist has been successfully deduced and reassembled, and the changes of the 11 moves are even stronger. My cultivation and soul fire have also become 5 times stronger. With my current combat strength, if I encounter those people's attacks again, I could definitely break through their encirclement and come and go as I please. Zhongli was full of confidence. The strength he was talking about was without relying on the chief god's optical computer and the great emperor's relic. Based on his true cultivation and combat power, his cultivation was enough to kill an expert like Long Zaiqian. Although all the experts of the 3 great paths had been killed by Ba Liming, there would be more and more experts in the myriad realm celestial sphere. Zhongli, you finally woke up from your seclusion? Dream Kite appeared here. How's the situation? How's the migration of humans? Zhongli asked. It's going very smoothly. We've already migrated all the humans on more than 50 planets to the cultivation world and built a base. We've also started good cooperation with the native sects in the cultivation world and absorbed their outstanding talents. Dreamkite said, moreover, we formed elite teams among humans who still live on Earth, killing monsters, slaying dragons, hunting ikshas. Very good. Very good. That's what we're going to do. The solar system has already become a chaotic battlefield. We don't have to change the chaos. On the contrary, we can use this chaos to train the entire human race. Zhongli was very satisfied. Now we need you to show up. Many of the sages in the cultivation world hope to contact you. We'll hold a press conference. The humans on Earth and the cultivation world will live in harmony and develop together. Dreamkite said, we humans on Earth are a huge force. When we entered the cultivation world, the native sects of this world were extremely shocked. They formed an alliance, hoping to negotiate with us. There are only 1 trillion humans on Earth. That's 1 trillion. There are more than 100 trillion humans in the cultivation world, thousands of times more than us humans on Earth. Why are they so afraid? Zhongli smiled. This is something I've already expected. I promised the cultivation world's heavens will that I hope to change the structure of the entire world and establish a new order. It just so happens that I'm going to meet them. All right, did the demons come too? The demons came too. Dreamkite nodded. There are more demons than humans. They add up to a huge number. They're afraid that we'll start a massacre, so their experts have come to negotiate. Dahe is the one receiving them now. Very good, let's go. Swish. Zhongli stepped out of the main god planet. No, to be more precise, the entire main god planet was wrapped in a huge space. He directly jumped and arrived on Earth. Then, the planet was shrunk by Zhongli and entered into his sleeve. He arrived at the 36 Huaqing on Earth. The 36 Huaqing had already become a golden country. There were metal-like energy bodies everywhere, and they also carried a pure dragon aura. However, it had already become an empty city. All the dragons had retreated into the depths of the tunnel. They were preparing to make a comeback. Many monsters on Earth didn't dare to approach this golden country filled with dragon aura. Earth is no longer the original Earth. The mountains, rivers, and tectonic plates have all changed. Zhongli shook his head. Chapter 576. Indeed, the appearance of the current Earth had changed completely. In the past, Earth was a beautiful blue planet with a huge ocean area, a suitable climate, rich landforms, and a pure natural habitat. But now, Earth was filled with spatial cracks and wormholes. Countless violent energies rushed out from them, accompanied by all kinds of powerful monsters and living creatures. Other than that, there were many places in the entire solar system that were floating continents. There was no longer the existence of space. Violent energies and flying monsters were fighting with each other everywhere. There were also some fleet wreckage floating around. The solar system had become a fantasy world. Earth was full of holes and was the source of chaos. Jiangli scanned with his divine will and sensed that thousands of giant wormholes had appeared on Earth, and the number of wormholes was still increasing. Some wormholes led to distant space in the third universe, and some led to multiple dimensions in other universes. Just how big was the entire world? Jiangli couldn't scan with his divine will at all. Even if his divine will was 1,000 times stronger, he couldn't scan the secrets of the myriad world celestial sphere. I can't believe that the 36 Hua cities I'm familiar with, Xinghua City, the place where I grew up, has become like this. Jiangli walked in front of the passage to the cultivation world. The cities here had long been turned into nothingness. What replaced them were golden lairs. These were dragon lairs. Every sky dragon would build their own lairs. On the land of the 36 Hua cities, which was the ancient land of China, there were dragon lairs everywhere. This place had truly become a country of dragons. Should we destroy this place and build a new city? Dreamkite looked at Jiangli with some sadness. No need. After the myriad world celestial sphere is activated, we can no longer return to the familiar Earth. We humans are no longer the weak race we used to be. Jiangli waved his hand and pointed. The passage to the cultivation world opened. He stepped in, and in the blink of an eye, he was in the cultivation world. It was still the ancient battlefield of the Great Emperor's Gate. This was the place where the Great Emperor's Gate and humans had fought in the past. Now, it had become the base of humans. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with human cities. They rose from the ground one after another, and they were more than 10 times the size of the Earth's surface. All of them were built as human settlements. Human technology now had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. In an instant, skyscrapers and high-tech cities rose from the ground. These were all arachnid technology. Floating above these cities was a planet. It was Infinity Star. The Infinity Star gave off a ray of light that enveloped all of the human cities. This was the defense system of the infinite nets above, snares below. Jiangli moved. The gigantic sovereign star flew out and pounced towards Infinity Star. A black hole appeared in the depths of Infinity Star and swallowed the sovereign star. Limitless sovereigns merge into one. The Hive's photonic supercomputer become a sovereign. From then on, both the prophet ship of the angels and the prime god's AI were gone. There was only one AI, and that was AI Limitless. Jiangli was using a technique to fuse the sovereign star and the Infinity Star together. He fused the Hive's photonic supercomputer with the prime gods. The power of the prime god's photonic supercomputer was so great that Jiangli couldn't even fully control it. Although he had 100% control, his cultivation level was still too low. He had to cultivate to the Great Tao realm. However, the overall speed of the human network had increased by more than 500 times. All sorts of scientific research abilities had greatly improved. At the same time, humans had begun a large-scale online mythical era. Humans could even send their souls into the online world to cultivate. It was like the legendary virtual games. Under the protection of the prime god's photonic supercomputer, even if the human body died, their souls could remain in the network and become independent data. In short, after Jiangli obtained 100% control, the prime god's photonic supercomputer was able to unleash its true wonders. He still needed a long period of time to comprehend these wonders. However, humans weren't afraid of anyone now. Even if Jiangli wasn't around, the prime god's photonic supercomputer's defensive system was enough to completely destroy the attacks of Dragon Zeitchen, the ancient Scion Snake, Granny Bones, the Angel Jurgle, and the Night Azura. Jiangli was now going one step further. He wanted to completely control the photonic supercomputer of the prime god to prevent the angels from attacking again. Rumble. The prime god star began to fuse with the Infinity Star. This fusion was very fast. The energy disintegrated like a spring breeze. The Infinity Star immediately erupted with the most resplendent light. From then on, A new page had been turned in human history. This was because the prime god star would disappear, and so would the elite sector of humanity. In its place would be the infinity star, the true overlord of humanity. The Queen Mother's photonic supercomputer and the prime god's photonic supercomputer also began to fuse. To be more precise, the Queen Mother's photonic supercomputer seeped into the prime god's photonic supercomputer and gradually began to devour it. The Queen Mother of the Zerg race was the most powerful existence. At the highest level, she was comparable to a god. Therefore, her potential far exceeded that of the prime god's photonic supercomputer. However, there were still some shortcomings. However, she gradually fused and seeped into the photonic supercomputer like a virus. Gradually, she borrowed the power of the photonic supercomputer to grow stronger and finally devoured the photonic supercomputer of the prime god. This was what Zhongli hoped for. Because the Queen Mother was his own avatar, he had 100% control over her. Moreover, the photonic supercomputer of the prime god could be taken back by the angels. The infinity star devoured the prime god's photonic supercomputer. Then, with a shake, a formless wave spread out. Everyone felt the identity chip in their hands automatically upgrade. Now, the identity chip of every human on Earth was loaded into the photonic supercomputer of the prime god. It was a small, crystalline photonic supercomputer created by the Zerg race. It also had powerful computing abilities and could emit energy to protect its owner. Apart from that, it could also assist in one's cultivation. It could even absorb some spatial energy, allowing one to survive in a vacuum state. More importantly, every citizen with an identity chip would be monitored. They couldn't do anything that violated the law. Otherwise, the chip would alert them. Then the photonic supercomputer of the prime god would descend and imprison them. Then, the human police would come to arrest them. All criminal records would be recorded. This greatly reduced the crime rate of humans. The order of humans had increased to an unprecedented level. Society was pure, and everyone obeyed the law. Even the higher-ups were no exception. Of course, the identity chip would respect the privacy of humans. The human law was very clear when it came to crime and privacy. Every human's identity chip was being upgraded. It was like a treasure. It will still take a long time for the Queen Mother to merge with the photonic supercomputer of the prime god. However, I am much more relaxed now. The work of the human government has also become much easier. Zhongli said, in the future, the number of human government officials can be greatly reduced. Organizations can be further reduced. In the end, humans will reach a state of anarchy. With technology, order will be perfected. This is the unity of heaven and man in the utopia of the ancient times. The destiny of the human race is rising steadily. Look, it's pure green. Dream Kite said in surprise. In the past, luck was fiery red. It represented oil on fire. However, it's not easy to turn it into pure green. This means that we humans have entered a legendary era of rapid development. Yes, Zhongli looked at the development of humans and was delighted. Let's go and take a look. Which experts from the cultivation world are discussing with us? There are many saints in the cultivation world. There might even be hidden experts. We can't underestimate them. More importantly, we humans can now absorb the elites of the cultivation world. This might cause chaos in the human world. Dreamkite said, the two have different ideals. It might cause a huge increase in crime. It's okay. The human order has already been established. Anyone who wants to join us has to have an identity chip and be recorded. Then, they will be trained. Also, we will be absorbing elites. Zhongli said, I've already calculated it. Right now, humanity has a population of 1 trillion. In the first wave, we can absorb 1 billion elites from the cultivation world and bring order to them. We can recruit unlimited talents from universities. After training them, we can let them return to their sects and countries and bring about a revolution in their ideals. I will arrange all of this. They are having a meeting on Heaven's Peak and have already sent us invitations. Dreamkite said, those sect leaders don't dare to enter Infinite Planet to negotiate. Actually, as long as we are in the cultivation world, they are useless, because you are the representative of Heaven's will. Yes, I can feel that Heaven's will is getting stronger and stronger. Jiangli looked at the undying light in the sky. In the depths of the light, he could see a teen sleeping. It was the Heaven's will youth who was cultivating. However, in the cultivation world, his cultivation had greatly increased. He was like a fish in water and was favored by the Heaven's will. He was the one chosen by the Heaven's will. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li and Meng Shuyuan arrived at the sky-piercing peak. Heaven's Peak was connected to the Heaven's will space. Many races lived on the peak. Even the descendants of Emperor Changsheng were there. Emperor Changsheng's descendants were from the Jun Songxing family. Jiang Li landed on a palace square on Heaven's Peak. He could already see that in this palace, there was a saint's aura surging. The moment he landed, Jun Songxing appeared. Jun Songxing, you actually dare to appear in front of me? Jiang Li waved his hand. Last time, you worked with others to kill me and destroy my sect. I still haven't settled this with you. Last time was last time, this time is this time. I already know that you have become the representative of Heaven's will. Jun Songxing said, this time, I am doing this for the people of the world. I have gathered the leaders of all the sects and factions to negotiate with the humans of Earth. You are here to bring order to us, not to conquer. So, we want to cooperate with you and build a new order for the cultivation world. How about that? I agree with that. Dream Kite frowned. She felt that things weren't so simple. Chapter 577. Which sect leaders are present? I'd like to pay them a visit. Jiang Li looked into the hall. This was a huge palace. The square was hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, equivalent to a province on Earth. It stretched as far as the eye could see, but in the eyes of the saints, it was still very small. In the palace, the aura of the saints filled the air, but in Jiang Li's eyes, he only saw balls of fire. That was the fire of the soul. When one reached the saint realm, one's strength could not be determined by energy, laws, or the number of great Daos or the strength of treasures. Instead, it was determined by the strength of the fire of the soul. It was like which star was the brightest in the depths of the dark void. In the depths of the hall, there were densely packed fires of the soul. Some did not even carry the aura of the cultivation world. They were obviously people from the outside world. Ever since Jiang Li had become the representative of Heaven's will, the cultivation world had opened up to outsiders. Thus, the entire structure of the world had quietly changed. What Heaven's will meant was that from now on, it would let Jiang Li manage the entire world. As for the peace and order of the world, he had to maintain it himself. All right, please come in. Jun Songxing's body trembled slightly, and the aura of the great Tao spread out. He had actually become a great Tao expert. According to the restrictions of Heaven's will, the cultivation world could not produce a great Tao expert in recent years. Jun Songxing probably did not cultivate with his own strength, but with the help of external forces. The cultivation world had always had hidden external forces. In the past, angels were hidden among them. However, this Jun Songxing was only a great Tao expert. He was not worthy of Jiang Li's attention. He could even resist a three-way great Tao expert in the curse of his race. Moreover, he was now many times stronger than before. He did not care how many experts there were. With his strength, he could completely tear apart a three-way great Tao expert without using the chief god's I, or the great emperor's relic. Thus, he was bold because he was skilled. He and Dream Kite stepped into the depths of the hall. Sure enough, dozens of saints appeared in the depths of the palace. Every single one of them was dignified and dignified. Some of their soul flames carried a demonic hue. They were the experts of the demon race. The soul fire of the experts of the fiend race had a kind of barbaric aura completely different from that of humans. Because the fiend race had not established order, their souls had not been nurtured by civilization. Therefore, the soul flames of their experts carried a wild nature. This is Jiang Li. He is the leader of the extraterrestrial devils and the representative of the Heaven's will in our cultivation world. This time, the otherworldly devils were attacked by the Dragon Tribe, the Yiksha Tribe, the Bone Realm, the Angel Tribe, and the Giant Tribe, but they managed to defend themselves. I didn't expect him to turn defeat into victory. It's an almighty being from the outer sky demons called the martial ancestor. I heard that he's practically invincible. He killed all the experts with a single punch. Furthermore, that almighty being isn't his true self, but a projection. That's martial ancestor Baaliming. He once appeared in the cultivation world and swept through the world, even defeating the will of the heavens. He's the true invincible existence among the extraterrestrial devils. Seeing Jiang Li and Dreamkite enter, the saint sect leaders all communicated with their spiritual will. One of the female saints walked up to him. "Hello, President Jiang Li." She actually used the greeting of a handshake. "Hello." Jiang Li shook her hand lightly. "I'm Qingxiu." The female saint smiled charmingly. "I control the fox tribe, wolf tribe, and bird tribe of the cultivation world. I live in the Qingxiu Thunder Temple. I'm sure Dahe has mentioned me to you." "So you're Lady Qingxiu," Jiang Li said, an outstanding expert among the demon race. She first unified the fox tribe with her own strength, then led the fox tribe to unify the wolf tribe and the bird tribe. She's truly a heroine, a great saint among the demon race. "You flatter me." Qingxiu hurriedly expressed that she didn't deserve it. "My cultivation is not even worth mentioning compared to yours. You're the one who led the humans to battle the giant dragon tribe and the Yiksha Bone Realm's angel. What's my little achievement?" "That's not it," Jiang Li said. "You inherited the teachings of the ancient demon race great saint. The Qingxiu Thunder Temple doesn't belong to the cultivation world. It's a treasure that fell from the Thunder Realm hundreds of millions of years ago. In the cultivation world, Lady Qingxiu of the Devil race was extremely mysterious. Rumor had it that she had obtained a treasure while out adventuring and had quickly become a saint. Her cultivation base was unfathomably deep, and she was one of the few extremely powerful figures in the Devil race. The Fox race used to be a very weak race that was often slaughtered, but under her leadership, they actually prospered. After that, she worked hard, and in just a few hundred years, the Green Hill Foxes became one of the largest demon clans. They even subdued other demon clans. Apart from that, they even built a demon kingdom in the outside world. This woman was unfathomable. I did obtain a treasure left behind by the Thunder Realm, but I've never been able to refine it." Lady Qingxiu smiled sweetly. "The most important Thunder Realm ancient scripture in my library has been obtained by Dahe. He's the acknowledged heir of the Thunder Realm. Although he's a cat, it doesn't matter. We humans don't discriminate against the demon race." Jiang Li said, "The demon race's dream is to transform into a human. We can even provide genetic potions that can transform any demon race into a human." "That won't be necessary," Lady Qingxiu said. "The demon race has their own civilization. Their form itself carries the uniqueness of the heavenly Tao. Is a demon race that can transform still a demon race? As for the specifics of our cooperation and the establishment of order, we still have to cooperate more deeply," Jiang Li said. "I'm sorry, although we're cooperating with humans, we need them to give us some tributes." Suddenly, a tall man with gray skin spoke. This man was extremely strong, and his eyes were disdainful. His body didn't move, and he was as firm as a boulder. There was actually the aura of the great Tao hidden in his body. It was the great Tao of boulders. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is also the #1 expert of our demon race, the Elephant King." Lady Qingxiu introduced in a lukewarm manner. Under his command are the elephant race, ox race, bear race, horse race, a total of 18 demon races, all ruled by him. This time, he is the leader of our demon race alliance. In a world of cultivation, the demon race had a very large territory, about the size of the solar system. It was called the Kingdom of Demons, and there were countless demon race living in it. There were densely packed ancient ruins that were connected to the starry sky outside, and there were even some hidden worlds. Although the secrets of the world of cultivation were not as good as those on Earth, there were definitely a lot of them. "So you're the famous Elephant King, an ancient giant elephant." Jiang Li nodded. "The elephant was originally the king of all beasts, so it was only natural for it to become an overlord. In the past, There was also a martial art on Earth called the Heaven-Breaking Dragon Elephant Force, which is a martial art passed down by the elephant race. Jiang Li had even been injected with the giant elephant gene potion. Yes, I'm the leader of the Demon Race Alliance. The Elephant King crossed his arms. Do you want to occupy the world of cultivation? No, I'm bringing order to the world of cultivation, which is also the will of heaven. Jiang Li was very calm. I'm the spokesperson of heaven. As long as the whole world has order, its destiny will rise, and the computing power of the entire heavenly Tao will be greatly reduced. Then the whole world will be completely promoted to a dimension no longer in the third universe. Everyone, at that time, we will usher in a real golden age. This is all nonsense. The Elephant King didn't care at all. You humans used to be otherworldly demons. You attacked us and killed who knows how many people and demons in our world. Would we still believe you? I don't know what means you use to confuse the will of heaven. If you want to cooperate, you must pay back the previous debt. How are we going to repay you? Jiang Li asked. We came with sufficient sincerity. Very well, blood for blood. You humans have killed who knows how many demons. Now, you humans will pay with your lives. The first step is for you humans to take out 100 billion people and let us sacrifice them. I know that your human souls are very special, and if you sacrifice them, the effect will be very good. If you say it's for the whole world, then let's do it for the immortal world. Bring out the uniqueness of the myriad world's celestial orb. With the sacrifice of your human souls, our world will soon become a dimensional world. Elephantine's eyes flashed with cruelty. You have someone supporting you, right? When Jiang Li heard this, he surprisingly didn't get angry. Instead, he said calmly, otherwise, with your strength, you wouldn't dare to say such words in front of me. I can crush you to death with one finger. Your demon race has come from the law of the jungle. There's no dignity, only survival. With your personality, you wouldn't be so rash to be able to cultivate to this realm. Tell me, who's behind you? Which race? It's definitely not someone from the world of cultivation. You. When the Elephant King heard this, he was furious. He wanted to smash Jiang Li in front of him with one punch. But he didn't do anything. Jiang Li's words were too hurtful. He said that he could crush him with one finger like he was an ant. Jiang Li, you are too arrogant. Jun Sanxing walked up and said, you are just a saint. You haven't completed your Tao. I don't believe that you can sweep the world. You want to kill all living beings in the cultivation world? I came with order and peace. The grievances of the past will be written off. This is the will of the heavens. This is the order of humans. Jiang Li looked at Jun Sanxing. I don't know which strong beings have bewitched you, but it's best if you don't do anything that will harm the entire world. We don't get along. Jun Sanxing's ear-piercing voice rang out. As expected, you are demons from beyond, so overbearing and cruel. We have 24 sects and experts from the demon race. We have formed an alliance and definitely won't compromise with you. We have to maintain the original spirit of the cultivation world. We will declare war on you demons from beyond. Chapter 578. Declaring war on us again? Jiang Li smiled. Everyone, when we humans invaded the cultivation world, the will of the heavens blessed you. You didn't join forces to fight against us, but attacked each other, causing us to destroy the great emperor's sect. Now that the will of the heavens is on our side, why are you all so firm? Back then, the human invasion was just a small matter. Now, all of you humans have invaded and stationed in our cultivation world. Look at the mountains, rivers, and land. They're all human cities. The human civilization is like a malignant tumor. It has spread rapidly and greatly destroyed our ethics. A saint wearing a scholar's robe stood out. This saint was an old man, and he didn't have a single trace of evil energy on him. On the contrary, he was filled with righteousness. His soul flame was a ball of light and contained order. However, this order was very ancient, similar to the ancient Confucian civilization on Earth. This was a huge cultivation sect, the Pure Yang Academy. The Pure Yang Academy was an academy that did its best to establish order and nurture talents everywhere. The students that were nurtured were a combination of Taoism and Confucianism. They focused on floating away from the world and paid attention to ethics, using benevolence and righteousness to govern the country and sect. This academy was extremely influential, and its ideas spread to many sects and countless countries. It swept through a huge trend of thought in the cultivation world. In fact, many sects' governance ideas were based on the ideals of the pure Yang Academy. However, the limitless university that Jiang Li established allowed the experts of the cultivation world to enter and study. This way, advanced civilization ideas spread out and caused the pure Yang Academy to suffer a huge impact. The people of the pure Yang Academy naturally couldn't tolerate this. To them, the order of human civilization and social structure was unacceptable. This was because their civilization was still in a feudal era. This is the head of the pure Yang Academy, right? Your students once entered our limitless university to study. After returning, they lectured to the countries under your command and spread our new order. This is an academic exchange and a good thing. Why are you opposing us? Jiang Li found it a little strange. Pui, the saint from the academy, scolded, "You extraterrestrial devils have no ethics and morality. Everything you do is for your own interests. You have no faith. You even set up an academy and spread your evil theories. You are simply trying to destroy our own civilization. You people don't respect heaven and earth, don't respect ghosts and gods, lack vigilance in your hearts, and talk about freedom of the soul. This is the way of the heavenly demons. You people have already entered the demonic path. Do you know that? No wonder you're demons. Freedom of the soul is evil." Jiang Li laughed involuntarily. "Why do you think so? Without reverence and piety in a person's heart, there will only be material desires. If everyone's soul is free, then what order is there talk about?" The saint from the academy said, "The meaning of soul freedom is to be unbridled, to be selfish, and to have no cohesiveness. The collapse of your ideology is even more vicious than directly destroying your physical body. So our pure Yang Academy will fight with you to the end." "We don't need to fight. Let time prove our academic arguments." Jiang Li said, "Ours is the truth. Our human civilization has also experienced your era. Time has already proven that your order is old and rotten. If you want to progress, you have to progress. We are slaying demons and protecting the Tao." Another saint stood out. He carried a long spear on his back, and his body was ramrod straight. He emitted a sharp and valiant aura. He didn't look like a saint, but more like a general in the army. With one look, it was obvious that he was the venerable of the martial path. "This is the sect leader of the Army Path Divine Sect," Qingqiu introduced. Although the situation was tense, she didn't think it was the same thing. "Good. Are all of you going against me?" Jiang Li glanced at everyone present. "Everyone is united. I am the representative of heaven's will. If you go against me, you are going against heaven's will. Think about this carefully. Heaven's will has been deceived by you. What we need to do is to kill the demons from outer space and restore the clarity between heaven and earth." The dean of the Pure Yang Academy said righteously, "I think you should discuss it. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we humans are not willing to go to war easily. But if you insist on going your own way, we will definitely not compromise. We have fought the dragon race, the giant race, the bone world, and the Yiksha. You should know our strength." Jiang Li, "Qingqiu, what do you think? I can lead my country and sect to cooperate with humans and have commercial exchanges." Qingqiu smiled. "I have no enmity towards humans." "That's good. Welcome, welcome." Jiang Li waved his hand. "Now, how about we invite you to visit our human country? It would be my honor." Qingqiu smiled. "Everyone." Jiang Li glanced at everyone present and said directly, "We do not want to start a war easily. This is the world of demons. Once it starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. I advise everyone to think carefully before you act." As he spoke, his body moved. With him as the center, the world collapsed. Dream Kite and Qingqiu disappeared. "He's gone," Jun Songxing said darkly. Jun Songsheng said darkly, "This person's strength is hard to describe. He is so strong that we can't fight against him. Of course, I have been observing his battle with the dragon race, the bone world, the yiksha, the angel, and the giant race. Before the martial ancestor appeared, he struggled to hold on. So many experts surrounded him and still could not kill him. I think his strength is enough to fight against experts with 4 or even 5 great Daos. Elephant King said with a ferocious expression. Then how can we destroy this person? The pure Yang courtyard master said. Elephant King, Jun Songxing, you said that you can use the powerful force behind you to wipe out all the humans on Earth. Who is the force behind you? Don't let the wolf into the house. That won't happen, Jun Songxing said. Jun Songxing said, the force behind us doesn't care about the cultivation world. What they want is the myriad world, celestial sphere, and the entire human race. After all, human souls are special. Also, the pure Yang treasure I gave you, the 9 Yang Godstone, was collected from a high-level dimension. The powerful existence behind us gave us to fight against the humans. The humans of Earth are extremely tyrannical, especially when the martial ancestor appeared. He destroyed everything in his way. If he appeared again, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from him. The sect master of the weaponry sect was a little hesitant. This person is too strong. Could he have already become a god? He is suppressed in the Immortal Tower. It is an ancient relic, one of the most mysterious relics in the third universe. It contains the secrets of the fall of the gods. Jun Songxing smiled. This time, he has appeared with all the power he has accumulated. It is almost impossible for him to appear in a short time. Right, we are absolutely safe now. As long as we kill Jiangli, the humans will collapse. The cultivation world is ours. We definitely can't let the humans and the demons from beyond occupy it. Elephant King was firm. Also, this is the best chance for us to act strong. Many powerful forces want to use us to fight against the humans. We can take advantage of them. Why don't those powerful beings come out to fight? Why do they need to rely on us? Asked the sect leader. That's normal. They are too strong. If they descend to the cultivation world, they will still be monitored by heaven's will. Jun Songxing smiled. Also, since Jiangli cares about order, he won't easily kill us. This way, we can use more of him. I see. This is called using demons to fight demons. The pure Yang sect leader smiled. The 9 Yang Godstone you gave us last time is indeed not bad. We have already cultivated many formations. The sect's overall strength is rising. Of course. Next, Elephant King and I will still go negotiate with the powerful beings. I hope they will give us more materials. Jun Songxing's eyes were filled with greed. Everyone, wait for us to return and hold another meeting. We need to connect as one. Apart from this, that bitch Qingxiu actually didn't join our alliance. It seems like we have to wipe out her race. I wanted to unify the monster race, but that bitch kept stopping me. I have to kill her. Elephant King said coldly. So, Jun Songxing and Elephant King disappeared. They opened up a wormhole and arrived outside the cultivation world. It wasn't easy for saints to step out of the cultivation world, but now that they were all Dao realm experts, it was totally different. They stepped out of the cultivation world and kept using Dao to open wormholes. After a day, they came to a desolate universe. There weren't any planets in this universe. It was all dark and gloomy. A giant universe storm spun here and could shatter a planet into powder. Even Dao realm experts couldn't enter this place. This cosmic storm is at least the size of dozens of cultivation worlds. Who knows how big the 3-dimension universe is? Elephant King said. 3-dimension universe? Jun Songxing said. Elephant King, you learn a lot of knowledge from Earth humans. The words of the 3-dimension universe are the words of Earth humans. To be honest, Earth humans are the best. They're the most special race in the 10,000 worlds. Although they're very weak now, they can actually resist the attacks of the dragon race, bone world, yiksha, giant, and angel. Moreover, there are either no experts among them, or their martial ancestor. Wang Chao, that kind of peerless and invincible expert, these people are almost equivalent to gods. Elephant King said, is it good or bad for us to oppose them? Don't worry, what benefits can we get if we don't go against them? What can they give us? Humans are so poor, they still want to steal our cultivation world resources. Jun Songxing snorted coldly. Earth humans are the most vicious race, the locusts of the universe. Okay, we are here. Call that mysterious person. Elephant King calmed himself down. Chapter 579. The two experts stood in the depths of the cosmic storm, not daring to enter. There were too many dangers in the third dimension. Some places could even destroy gods, because this was the place where all gods had fallen, the astral world. It was the largest universe in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. No other universe could compare to the current third dimension universe. Some experts had even calculated that even if all the worlds in the universe were added together, they wouldn't be as big as the third dimension, because three gave birth to all things. Jun Songxing let out a long howl, as if summoning something. Not long after, a person wearing a black robe walked out of the storm. Even his body was shrouded in a cloak. This person held a crooked scepter in his hand. The light around him was distorted. He was an extremely brilliant existence. This person was stronger than the angel Jurgle. Even when he walked in the third dimension, he seemed to be rejected by the third dimension. This was because there was a vague, virtual, divine power in his body. This was an expert with at least 4 grand daos, or even higher. 3 grand daos could evolve into virtual godhood. Once someone surpassed 3 grand daos, their cultivation would be rejected by the third dimension. In other words, they would have to ascend to another dimension. Otherwise, not only would their cultivation not progress, but they would also regress. The mysterious god power of the third dimension would wear away at their strength. Therefore, even if a god died in the third dimension, they would quickly decompose and become nutrients for the universe. Every god who died of old age would automatically fall into this universe. You're here. The mysterious black-robed man's psyche waves were very mysterious. What did the humans of Earth, no, the natives of the celestial sphere, say to you? They're very unyielding and determined not to compromise. They even want to fight us to the end. Our current strength is far from enough to suppress the humans, and there are also extremely powerful experts among them, said the Elephant King. For example, martial ancestor Ba Liming. There's also an even stronger existence, Wang Chao. We're all afraid of the arrival of these tyrannical ancient experts. If that happens, no matter how much we struggle, it'll be useless. Don't worry about that. Those two powerful existences won't appear. They both have powerful opponents who want to kill them. Also, I will give you my full support. You must develop and become strong, occupy all the mountains and rivers in the cultivation world, and then change the world. The black-robed man said, "You are the cancer of the cultivation world. We need to slowly nurture you until you are strong enough to erode the entire world. That is because the cultivation world will soon become a true dimension. At that moment, heavens will become a god. We need to seize this foundation. At the same time, the humans of Earth are living here. We can take the opportunity to seize heaven's will and capture them all. So there's such a grand plan. What we need to do?" Jun Songxing was on his guard. "You have to gather all the native powers together and start the sacrificial ceremony. You have to form an alliance, or perhaps a nation, to worship the heavens. However, the heaven that we need to worship is not the heaven's will of the cultivation world, but our heaven." The black-robed man said, "By offering sacrifices to our heavens, we can secretly invade the heavenly will of the cultivation world. Finally, at the moment of ascension, we can successfully seize it, and you will be the heroes of our world." "Is that so?" Elephant King asked. "Which world is your world? Although I received your help and successfully became a Dao realm expert, I don't know which world you are from, and I can't leave my subordinates to become sacrifices." Sacrifice, not faith. In ancient times, offering sacrifices to the heavens was a national matter. Sacrifice was a kind of equivalent exchange, while faith was a wholehearted dedication. There was a fundamental difference between the two. One was doing business, the other was cheating. We're the most powerful and mysterious universe. Our universe isn't any weaker than the immortal world. Furthermore, we're currently at war with the immortal world, vying for the position of the overlord of all the heavens. If you join us, you'll definitely benefit tremendously. Our first step is to capture the humans of Earth. And the first step is to steal the cultivation world. Naturally, it includes all the humans of Earth. The black-robed man said, "Now, I will teach you the password of our world." Waves of mental energy were transmitted into Jun Songxing and Elephant King's minds. You have the password of our world, so you can lead your subordinates to worship the heavens. Our world is very mysterious. You can call us the Demon Realm, the black-robed man said. Demon Realm? Jun Songxing and Elephant King shivered. You are the legendary expert of the Demon Realm? In the universe, there were many legends about demons. Demons were usually used to describe a very evil and powerful race. In fact, because the giant race always attacked and killed, they were also called demons. The Ikshar race could also be called demons. In the beginning, when the humans of Earth invaded the cultivation world, they were also called demons from beyond the heavens. But what were true demons? No one knew how the legend of demons came about. No one was able to find the source. Moreover, true demons had never appeared in the three-dimensional universe. Our demon realm is different from the demons you think of. We use dark energy to gather the netherworld divine Tao and build the dark matrix. It represents the dark Tao of the universe. The black-robed man said, "Our demon race is opposed to the celestial race and even the angel race. But our main enemy is the celestial race. Sometimes, in order to deal with the celestial race, we will ally with the angel race. But this is a war of the higher dimensions. It has nothing to do with you for now. I am in charge of the fluctuations of the myriad world's celestial sphere. Then, I will enter here and secretly plan everything." "May I ask?" Jun Songsheng said, "If Jiangli disregards everything and wants to unify the cultivation world and launch an attack on us, plus we are worshipping the heavens, he will definitely find some clues. At that time, he definitely won't be merciful. Although he pays attention to order, but at the crucial moment, he will definitely be ruthless. Don't worry, I will appear at that time," the mysterious demon said. "We demons are everywhere, and I am in charge of the myriad world's celestial sphere project. For this project, the higher-ups have given me countless resources. These resources are all for you." "What resources?" Jun Songxing and Elephant King said at the same time. "What resources can we obtain?" "It's simple. Nomological laws and great Taos. They are the currency of the entire multiverse." The mysterious demon opened up a space within himself. Jun Songxing and Elephant King could see countless silver rivers rumbling inside. There were all sorts of nomological laws and great Taos. But most of them were nomological laws. There were very few great Taos, and none of them were particularly powerful. But even these nomological laws and great Taos dazzled Elephant King and Jun Songxing. "This is a reward from the demon world to increase your strength," the mysterious demon said. "Apart from that, as long as you worship the heavens and the demon world, you will receive many benefits. If we sacrifice to the demon world, will we become very evil and our personalities change?" Jun Songsheng was still worried. "In our alliance, there are some righteous people." "Of course not," the mysterious demon said. "We will disguise it. It will definitely be righteous, even purer than the aura of the immortal world. The demon world and the immortal world have been at war for many years. We have long since prepared everything. Then we're going." Elephant King and Jun Songxing obtained the nomological laws and great Taos. Their bodies moved, and they quickly left. The mysterious man laughed. "These great Taos and nomological laws are all temporary. They will collapse in the future. They aren't true nomological laws and great Taos. In any world, nomological laws and great Taos are abnormally precious things. Why will we give them to you so easily?" As he spoke, he was about to disappear into the boundless storm. Just then, a voice rang out. "Great Demon King from the demon world, don't you want to capture the cultivation world and the humans of Earth in one fell swoop? I'm your best candidate. Why do you need to find the natives of the cultivation world? Oh, the demon king of the demon realm turned around. He saw a person form in front of him. It was a young man wearing loose clothes. It was Jiang Nalan. At this moment, Jiang Nalan's cultivation was getting stronger and stronger. He was almost at a level where he could ascend at any moment. He was about to condense his fourth great Tao. If he ascended, he would definitely ascend to the martial world, the domineering world. Let me introduce myself. I'm Jiang Nalan. Jiang Nalan said to the demon world mystery. Oh, I know you. You participated in the attack on Jiangli. I saw that battle, the demon said. Unfortunately, martial ancestor Ba Liming appeared and ruined your plan. It wasn't because you didn't plan well. You're a powerful person. You're also the public enemy of humanity. I hope the great demon world existence can cooperate with me. We can deal with the humans of Earth together and take the myriad world sphere, Jiang Nalan said. Aren't you working with the angel? The demon asked. Working with the angel is like asking a tiger for its skin. I have to play both sides. Jiang Nalan said. Moreover, the demon world suits my taste better. Also, I'll give you a big gift. A person from the cultivation world. He has the aura of the cultivation world and was once the president of humanity. He can lead the natives of the cultivation world. It's a perfect match. Oh, there's such a person? Is he called Meng Jiangnan? The demon thought for a moment. Great existence. You know about him too? Jiang Nalan was surprised. Of course, the demon said. How can I not know about special existences like humans? Chapter 580. I know everything about the humans, including their social structure, their armies, and their technology. I also know their religious beliefs, literature, and emotions. The mysterious demon said again, Jiang Nalan, if I want to deal with humans, you are indeed the best chess piece. However, I don't seem to trust you. It doesn't matter, Jiang Nalan said. Jiang Nalan said, to the demon world, I'm just a nobody. Would the demon world care about my betrayal? If I show the slightest bit of disrespect, they'll crush me. That's true. The devil world isn't afraid of betrayal. We only care about value. How do you plan to work with me? Tell me your plan. I can give you resources. The devil world is very generous, but you have to be valuable. Simple. I can help the devil world infiltrate the angels. When the time comes, I'll be a very important pawn. What do you say? Jiang Nalan said. I can be your spy. The angel folk are growing stronger and stronger, and I know that they're a threat to the devil world. In fact, their teachings view the devil world as the opposite. Sometimes, the angels cooperate with us, but they secretly oppose the demon world. Although our forces are great, it is very difficult to destroy the angel race. You can be our spy. What valuable information do you have for me? Sometimes the angels work with us, Jiang Nalan said. One of the angels has already cultivated 10 great Taos, Jiang Nalan said. He stationed himself in a place called the Lysura planetary system, and he's carrying a lot of primal chaos paleo energy with him. What do you think? That should be enough information for you to acquire a lot of resources. A lot of primal chaos paleo energy? How much? The man asked. I don't know exactly how much, but if you use it as a sacrifice, you should be able to create hundreds of great Taos. Sadly, the angel folk can't sacrifice primal chaos paleo energy. They're allergic to it, and they can't accept it. Jiang Nalan said, in the hands of the angels, primal chaos paleo energy can only be traded. But in our hands, it's different. We can use it as a sacrifice to advance our cultivation bases. That's true, the man said. That's good news, the mysterious devil said. Then I'll be able to get primal chaos paleo energy. How about this? We still need to discuss this properly. You gave me this information, but what are the specific details? As for the specific details of the information, it naturally needs to be of sufficient value in exchange. Jiang Nalan smiled. You can't fool me with those temporary demon path laws and great Taos. The great Taos you gave Jun Sanxing and Elephant King are actually fake laws. The highest technology of a demon realm can pass off fake as real. These laws and great Taos can only last for a short period of time. After that, they will disappear. Your demon realm's counterfeit technology is famous in the myriad worlds. But I can tell. Don't worry. My deal with you will not be using the Great Path and laws to communicate. I can see that you're not pursuing that. The Great Path has to be cultivated by yourself for it to be useful. If you don't cultivate it yourself, then no matter how much you have, it will just be a burden. Of course, Jiang Nailin said, my path is my own path, so it's completely different from yours. I don't need other people's Taos. What I need now is cultivation, comprehension, and knowledge. What can you give me to help me increase my cultivation? If my guess is correct, you are cultivating the fourth great path, and this great path is called glory. I don't think it's suitable because it's not the path of godhood. I suggest that you abolish this great Tao, said the mysterious demon. Yes, Jiang Nailin said, I cultivate this great path just to deceive the angel clan. What I really want to cultivate is another great path, the great path of war. What? You want to cultivate the great path of war? The demon realm's mysterious person's body almost trembled. Could it be that you want to cultivate a special godhood? A godhood related to war? That's right. War is the eternal topic of this world. Where there is war, there is my existence. What I really want to cultivate is this thing. Jiang Nailin said, however, the great path of war is very difficult to cultivate. It requires a total of 99 rules, and some of the rules require materials and energy that I can't get at all. Jiang Nailin said, so, I need your help. That's not a problem. The demon realm's mysterious person smiled. If that's the case, let's make an agreement. Okay, it's a deal, Jiang Nailin said. The two of them laughed and discussed for a while. The demon realm's mysterious person disappeared into the depths of the cosmic storm, while Jiang Nailin stood where she was, as if she was praying for something. In the martial world's heavenly will, I have already communicated with the people of the demon realm. In the process of fighting for the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere again, I will definitely obtain control of the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere for the martial world. I will also severely harm the demon realm and the angel clan for the martial world. At that time, the martial world will become the leader of the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere, and everything will be based on martial arts. Very well done. Above his head, the gate of the martial world opened, and waves of divine thoughts were transmitted from it. You have been chosen by me as the most important coordinate of the martial world. I have imparted the cultivation method of the great path of war. In the future, if you can sacrifice the demon clan and the angel clan, I will be very happy. This was the divine thoughts of the martial world's heavenly will. The divine thoughts of the martial world's heavenly will were only a little bit. He was in existence without self-feelings, and his only instinct was to grow stronger. For him, he did not know how many people's prayers he responded to every day, but the people he could respond to were also considered unusual. After many attempts, Jiang Nailin finally succeeded in communicating with him and received his blessing. This was not easy at all. In fact, from now on, he was not a person of the demon realm, nor was he a member of the angel clan, nor was he a human on earth. He was a person of the martial world. As for Meng Jiangnan, he was taken away by the demon realm's mysterious person. After praying for a while, Jiang Nailin's body flashed, and he left. Right after he left, another person appeared. It was actually Jiang Li. His face was very serious. Obviously, he had found some clues this time. There was actually a mysterious person of the demon realm involved. However, the demon realm was much more clever than the dragon realm. He actually did not show up himself and control the agent. This was the usual method of the demon realm. The demon realm was a dimension that was opposite to the celestial realm. The celestial realm was a place of pure positive energy, while the demon realm was a place where negative energy gathered. The experts in this world were very strong, and they were unpredictable and unparalleled. They came and went without a trace, and it was very difficult to fight against them. Jiang Li had seen everything just now. In fact, he had long known that there was a strong existence behind Jun Sangxing and Elephant King. With his methods, he had quietly set up a tracking method on the two of them. With his current level of cultivation and 100% control of the chief god's optical computer, even if he had attacked just now, it would not have been impossible for him to suppress the mysterious person of the demon realm in front of him. However, he did not do so, because he did not know what kind of strong existence was behind the demon realm. The strength of the mysterious person of the demon realm in front of him was about 4 great paths, and he had not cultivated the virtual godhead. He was very confident that he could suppress him. Jiang Nalan really has everything going for him. He sacrificed to the martial realm, obtained an identity, hooked up with an angel, and even communicated with the demon realm to obtain the resources of the 3 realms. He wants to fight against me, but unfortunately, evil cannot prevail over good. Jiang Li despised Jiang Nalan, but he had to admit that Jiang Nalan was the greatest enemy of humans. This person's cultivation was very strong, and it was still growing rapidly. His improvement speed was not slower than his. It seemed like he had to learn more ultimate techniques and cultivate the infinite great paths to be able to completely control the situation. His body swayed, and he returned to the base that the humans built in the cultivation world had. How is it? Have you found out who is supporting the natives of the cultivation world? Dreamkite saw that Jiang Li had returned and immediately asked, "People from a mysterious demon realm have come." Jiang Li shook his head. The demon realm is even stronger than the dragon realm, and the people who came are also very strong. I don't know how many experts there are, so I don't dare to act rashly. Now, humans need to rest and build up strength. After such a big war, it is necessary to rest and build up strength. Now, many humans hope to go to the solar system to fight. We have also selected a large number of experts to go to the solar system under the leadership of the Saints to train and hunt monsters and experts from other races. Dreamkite said, as for other things, they are all on track. The human Skynet has been successfully built, and the defense system is very strong. When we encountered the attack of the 5 races last time, they would be annihilated in an instant. Indeed, after obtaining 100% control of the main God's optical computer, the entire defense system of humans was 10,000 times stronger. However, humans could not enter the solar system for the time being. The most important thing now is to unify the cultivation world, establish a new order, increase the luck of the cultivation world, and promote the entire world's heavens will to God. The cultivation world is still a half-plane, still in the 3rd dimension, and has not become an independent dimension. All of us humans need to help the cultivation world advance. This way, it will be a great merit, and when the human dimension advances, their quality will increase greatly. This way, we humans will be dozens of times stronger. Jiang Li said, "Then how do we deal with the people from the demon realm?" Dreamkite asked. "The people from the demon realm can't enter the cultivation world." Jiang Li said, "It doesn't matter if we go to war in the cultivation world. Are we going to start a war?" Dream Paper Kite frowned. "Once the war starts, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Furthermore, we won't be able to stand on our moral ground. Right now, we're just temporarily staying in the cultivation world. If we start a war instead, it's not moral. No, we won't start a war. We will just increase the speed at which we absorb talents." Jiang Li said, "We can send out a large number of people to promote our human system and our ideals to the various countries and sections. This way, we can train some people and also quickly expand. If those people want to kill us, it won't be too late for us to retaliate. We will focus on spreading our ideals." "This is a good idea," Dreamkite said. "We will spread our advanced ideals and order." Chapter 581. The management of the cultivation world could be handed over to Dreamkite because her management skills were much better than Jiang Li's. Apart from that, she was also the president of the entire human world. Jiang Li was just the CEO of the Limitless Group in name. What Jiang Li needed right now was to cultivate, to continue cultivating, to make himself stronger. As the soul of the entire human race, he needed to obtain the strongest cultivation base in one fell swoop. Protecting the human race was his foundation. If he wanted to survive in this world, it was impossible to do so without power. All right, what do you think about the immortal tower that martial ancestor Ba Liming mentioned? Do you want to go take a look at that huge star field? Dreamkite thought of this. The martial ancestor is suppressed there. He said that the future of the human race lies there. I think it must be very important. We have to go. I don't know where the immortal tower is. Maybe it's at the edge of the universe. Jiang Li said, even with the current technology of the human race, we can't detect the existence of the immortal tower. The immortal tower was a huge star field that was much larger than the Milky Way. These stars formed a star field that contained a mysterious power. With the current technology of the human race, they could detect the wonders of the universe that were billions of light years away in the third universe, or even tens of billions of light years away. However, they still couldn't see where the immortal tower was. With Jiang Li's current cultivation and the technology of the human race, he could only reach the edge of the universe that was billions of light years away. If he didn't care about the time, he could travel tens of billions of light years away in a few years. However, if he had to travel a few trillion light years away, he might really be unable to do so. In the third universe, even if the Lord's ship's optical computer was 10 times more powerful and there were 10,000 of them, they still wouldn't be able to calculate how big the universe was. Therefore, Jiang Li couldn't go to the immortal tower's star field to spy on it. Unless his cultivation was much stronger, for example, if he completely mastered the infinite Tao, he would be able to use the power of the great emperor's relic again. He might even be able to upgrade the mother nest and discover some secrets of the Lord's ship's optical computer. By then, he would be able to go to the immortal tower and even find the universe's brain star field. These things were the core of the three-dimensional universe, and they contained countless treasures and the secrets of the gods. The most important thing right now is for me to cultivate the infinite great Tao. The development of humanity will be safer for the time being. Jiang Li said, at the same time, I have to defend against the invasion of the devil realm. Where are you going? Dreamkite asked. Of course, it's the secrets of the myriad worlds celestial sphere on Earth. Through the myriad worlds celestial sphere, I can go to all kinds of worlds and plunder countless resources. Jiang Li said, the current situation is still advantageous to us. After defeating the 4 major races, we have obtained countless resources, and we also have the computing power and technological research of the Master God's AI. In just 5 to 10 years' time, our human population will double or even multiply by several times. The average vitality of humans will exceed 10. Currently, the average vitality of humans was 2. After experiencing so many things, human technology had advanced rapidly, and they had abundant resources. They had even entered the cultivation world to recuperate and had an advanced education system. It was only natural for their vitality to increase greatly. In addition, with the fusion of the Lord's optical supercomputer and the hive, many of the insectoid technology had been unlocked, and human genetic modification and mental cultivation had undergone revolutionary changes. Even newborn babies contained extremely strong vitality, and the time it took for humans to give birth had been greatly reduced. In the past, a pregnancy of 10 months was now, according to theory, a new baby could be born in a few hours. Of course, this was also possible in the past with technology. Human laws even stipulated that mothers had to be pregnant for a long time to cultivate human ethics and kinship with the child. However, this was a critical time. War had arrived. The human population had to increase to adapt to the current situation. Although there were currently 1 trillion humans, compared to the 10,000 races, it was still too small. The human population had to increase at least 100 times to be able to condense a strong destiny, and the chances of producing talents would be higher. However, humans born in the cultivation world are tainted by the heavenly will of the cultivation world. In a sense, although they are still of human blood, their souls are not as pure as those born on Earth. Dreams Yuan said, Look, this is a picture of the birth of life simulated by the Lord's optical supercomputer. Is that so? Jiang Li hurriedly looked. 2 pictures appeared in front of him. They were 2 babies. One was born in the cultivation world, and the other was born on Earth. At the moment of birth, time slowed down tens of millions of times. Jiang Li saw that at the moment the baby was born, a soul power descended from the depths of the void, piercing through the sky of the cultivation world and blessing the baby. In an instant, the baby carried the aura of the cultivation world. On the other hand, the babies born on Earth were completely different. When the weak soul force descended, it suddenly trembled. It seemed to go through millions of changes. Then, the soul force turned into a kind of innate power and once again entered the body of the baby. In this way, the babies born on Earth had unlimited possibilities to develop. I understand. This is the power of the myriad world sphere. Zhongli suddenly understood. The achievements of the babies born in the cultivation world will never be able to surpass the will of the cultivation world. In other words, their development has reached the end. No matter how many fortuitous encounters they have, it is useless. The moment they are born, their souls are already destined. And the babies born in the myriad world sphere all have unlimited potential and can surpass the will of the universe. No wonder the myriad world sphere has such a special characteristic. No wonder. Although we humans are not strong overall, we have great potential. We actually gave birth to Wang Chao, Ba Liming, Yu, and Jiang Nalan. These are all people who are unrestrained and can be invincible. Dream Kite sighed. I was born in the cultivation world, so I can never surpass the cultivation of the will of the cultivation world. That is not necessarily true. Zhongli thought for a while and said, this is just a hypothesis. However, if I observe it this way, the moment a baby born on Earth is born, the soul energy that descends from the void will be distorted and condensed by the myriad world celestial sphere, and some of the restraints will be removed. There is indeed a mysterious potential that will burst out in the future during the process of cultivation. If there are enough resources, the human race on Earth will definitely have a huge explosion and leap. In this way, we cannot give up on Earth. That is why I think it is necessary to build a base on Earth and let the babies be born there, Dreamkite said. Yes, this must be done. The ultimate goal of the human race is to firmly control Earth in our hands. Zhongli said, I feel that the final secret of the myriad world celestial sphere has yet to be discovered, and the people who will be able to grasp the secret of the myriad world celestial sphere in the end will be the native humans of Earth. As for the overall improvement of the human birth rate and vitality, I have to go to the Senate and the Senate to thoroughly study it. Dreamkite had a lot of work to do. I will go to Earth to do some research, cultivate, and study the true mystery of the myriad world sphere at the same time. Zhang Li's body flickered, and he left the cultivation world and went directly to Earth. When he came out of Earth, there was still the golden dragon lair all over the 36 Hua cities. But now, there were already some monsters here. They were all powerful monsters, and they were not afraid of the aura of the dragon race. Instead, they were absorbing the power of the golden dragon lair. Roar! When Zhongli exited the passageway, he saw a huge monster with a body full of iron armor. It was hundreds of meters tall and was entrenched around the passageway. This was the original park of Starflower City. Back then, Zhongli used to practice his fist techniques here. But now, he didn't even have a place to reminisce. The iron armor beast roared, and a whirlwind came out of its mouth, wanting to suck Zhongli in. Zhongli waved his hand, and the space around the iron armor beast kept shrinking. Then, the huge iron armor beast shrank until it was the size of a sesame seed. This is an Iron Demon King beast from a metal dimension. Zhongli read the iron armor beast's memories. He found that in Xinghua City, there were a few more space-time cracks. Deep in these cracks, there were a few mysterious dimensions. And this Iron Demon King beast came from a metal dimension. In the depths of the metal dimension, there were all-powerful metal-type creatures. The Iron Demon King beast's vitality had already broken 100, but it was lucky to meet Zhongli. The metal dimension was also very beneficial to humans on Earth. Forging battleships and building all sorts of buildings required metal, especially metal life forms, which were very useful for scientific research. Zhongli didn't care about these technologies. He was here to explore the secrets of the myriad world celestial sphere and cultivate his divine arts. He felt that he could find a powerful existence to fight. At this moment, there were even more cracks on Earth, and there were monsters swarming in at all times. It was unknown which dimension they came from, but there was no lack of powerful existences among them. He could also sense that saints were mixed in with them. But to him, saints weren't powerful existences. Are there really no experts coming from the dimension of the myriad world, celestial sphere? The dragon race, Yiksha, giants, and Bone Realm won't send any more experts? Zhongli secretly observed with his divine will. Right at this moment, an extremely powerful and evil divine sense suddenly emanated from the depths of the Earth's interior. This divine will was so powerful that Zhongli had never seen it before. It condensed into streams of evil qi in the air, and wherever it swept, the monsters there would turn into pus and blood and be absorbed by the evil qi. What an evil divine will! Which world did this expert come from? Zhongli immediately used his divine will to track it. He found that it was a crack inside the Earth. The inside of the crack was filled with evil qi. He couldn't tell which dimension it came from, but the evil qi spread out in waves, as if it wanted to occupy the whole world. Chapter 582. Evil energy spread out, plundering the life force of all living beings. This evil energy contained an aura of decay, as if it could transform the entire world into a putrid swamp. This seemed to be the legendary Nether race. The Nether race was a notorious race in the universe, on par with the Devil race. However, they were even crueler than the Devil race. They didn't have any standpoints and were completely chaotic and evil. The Devil race was a world of its own with order. The Nether race, on the other hand, had no order at all. It was pure chaos, and they also fought and killed each other. Each of the Infernals was a powerful existence. Wherever they went, they would rot away, and the space around them would be incubated. Could it really be that the Nether race has descended? Zhongli grabbed out with his hand, and immediately, a large amount of evil aura was caught in his hand, condensing into an incomparably smelly liquid. The liquid contained an intense poison that could even melt one's skin. Fire. Without hesitation, he moved slightly, and a ball of raging flames appeared on his palm. It was a platinum flame, and it refined the liquid into a wisp of green smoke. A powerful Nether race descending will cause corruption on Earth, and even the entire solar system. In the future, this place will become a swamp like the Nether race. It'll be hard to get rid of it. I'd better kill it and seal it. I'll feed it to the mother nest. Zhongli saw the evil energy spreading. He knew that if he didn't stop it, Earth would become a land of poison that would be hard to get rid of. Whoosh! He directly dove into the Earth's crust, towards the source of the evil energy. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the center of the evil energy. He saw an expert about to step out. It was a humanoid creature, but its face was pale green. It wore a gray robe, and it spat out a gray, evil energy from its mouth. To be more precise, this was the aura of decay from the Nether race. This humanoid was extremely powerful. It was a member of the Nether race. It was a legendary Nether race creature. It was much stronger than Long Zaition and the others. It seemed to be an expert of 4 grand hours. Zhongli rapidly approached, just as he was about to kill the Nether race being in one fell swoop, or perhaps seal him. He moved with lightning speed. But as he approached, space suddenly collapsed, and 3 beams of violet light shot out. 3 beams of sword chi swept towards the Nether race, being like rainbows. Demon, where do you think you're going? 3 spiritual waves were transmitted out. Zhongli immediately stopped what he was doing. He could see that the 3 rays of purple light actually carried a dignified aura of the immortal world. He often interacted with the immortal world and was well versed in the code of the immortal world. He knew very well what the aura of the immortal world was. All 3 of them were experts from the immortal world. Could it be that the myriad world, celestial sphere, was connected to the immortal realm? In other words, experts from the immortal world would also come to Earth in the future? If that was the case, things would get complicated on Earth. Zhongli thought to himself. Swish, swish, swish. The 3 streaks of sword chi were like comets, their auras surging. The profundity of the martial Tao actually surpassed the profoundness of Jiang Li's infinite godly fist. One look, and one could tell that they came from a high-level plane of the universe, carrying with them a special divine ability to kill. Damn it, you lowly beings from the immortal world actually came here to plunder the myriad world celestial sphere. The myriad world imprint belongs to us, the nether race. We will bring chaos and evil into this world and spread it to the myriad worlds. We are the source of decay. We can activate the 5 decays of celestial beings. The nether race member suddenly moved. The evil aura on his body condensed, transforming into something like a shroud, which shot towards the 3 sword beams. The ripples of his psyche caused Jiang Li to tremble. As expected, these 3 people are actually from the immortal realm. The 3-dimensional universe was an astral plane where gods had fallen. It wasn't suitable for living and cultivation, but there were endless spaces and ancient ruins here. Experts from the myriad worlds would occasionally come here to search for treasures. Infernal folk. The myriad world's celestial sphere belongs to our immortal world. As for fiend devils and infernal folk, if we kill them and offer them as sacrifices to the immortal world, we'll be able to benefit immensely. Slaying demons and devils is a huge source of merit. 3 psychic fluctuations spread out, and sword energy swept out as a huge battle broke out. The gray shroud was very powerful, and every time it slammed into the violet sword chi, it grew a bit dimmer. Jiang Li could tell that the 3 wielders of the purple sword chi were powerhouses with 3 great Daos. The primordial underworld in front of him was a powerhouse with 4 great Daos. Of course, the 3 sword chi users had very high cultivation bases, and they were working together to suppress the nether race expert, preventing his wretched energy from spreading out. Die! The infernal expert suddenly roared, and sharp bone spikes erupted from his body. The bone spikes shot out, releasing ear-piercing screeches that rained down on the 3 purple swords. Bam! 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 The 3 sword chi were shoved backward. Oomph! The expert from the Nether clan made a grabbing motion, and the grayish hand directly grabbed at the 3 beams of purple light. The 3 of them were forced to retreat once more. It seemed as though the sword chi had been polluted. These 3 immortals from the immortal world failed to slay demons and devils, and were killed instead. Should I save them? After a moment's thought, Jiang Li decided that the immortal world was an orthodox world, and that the 3 immortals didn't have any wretched energy on them. Saving them would be a better option. Suddenly, he blurred into motion. 2 strands of sword chi appeared on his body. One strand of sword chi was golden in color, while the other was as white as jade. When these 2 strands of sword chi combined, a murderous aura filled the entire universe. Countless runes condensed in the air, and as these runes descended, the word kill floated down. The characters weren't written in the language of Earth, but rather in the language of the primeval god race. They were the characters of primordial chaos, and when they combined, they seemed to draw upon ancient power. These were Jiang Li's 2 ultimate weapons. Immortal slaying Great Tao, Immortal ending Great Tao. On that day, Ba Liming had attacked and shattered the immortal ending Great Tao with a single punch. Jiang Li had fused the shattered immortal ending Great Tao with the AI of the Overgod ship and restored it. At the same time, he had fused the 2 great Daos together to form a magic treasure. Immortal ending Great Tao, Immortal slaying Great Tao. When the 2 were separated, they were peerless killing Daos. If they were combined, their power could topple the heavens and overturn the earth. If he could also obtain the Immortal slaying Great Tao and Immortal slaying Great Tao, he would be able to form the most powerful godhood. At that point, he would be able to kill anyone he wanted. Although there were only 2 great Daos in Jiang Li's hands, the transformations were incomparable to back then. Whoosh! The 2 swords combined and actually tore through the shroud, slashing down viciously on the Nether race's body. The Nether race's body was surrounded by distorted space-time and a force field, but couldn't stop Jiang Li's 2 combined Daos. When the two swords landed on the nether race's body, the tough body of the nether race's body was broken. Countless gray runes flowed out of his body. Within the runes, there was a corrosive aura that seeped out continuously. Kill! The nether race's body was shocked and could barely come back to his senses. The sudden attack had hurt him severely. He punched out at the place where Jiangli was at. A corrosive aura shrouded over. Immediately, Jiangli could smell an intense stench. It almost broke through his defenses and started to disintegrate his laws. Given his cultivation state, there was no way he could defend against it. Thankfully, he had the Grand Emperor's relic with him at all times. A beam of light covered his body, blocking all the corrosive aura outside. With a jerk, he fused the Immortal Slaying Great Tao and Immortal Slaying Great Tao. Yet another sword slashed down on the back of the nether race's body. The body of the nether race's body split open once more as his aura weakened continuously. Inescapable net, Master God Tao. With a thought, Jiangli linked his thoughts with the Master God's AI. Instantly, runes and God power appeared in the surrounding space-time. This God power squeezed the center, and in just a moment, the nether race's body was wrapped up tightly. Nice! He was overjoyed. I didn't think I would be this strong now. My cultivation state was already strong to begin with. With the Grand Emperor's relic and the AI of the Master God, defeating this nether race with 4 great Taos is a piece of cake. This was the first time Jiangli had made a move since he had cultivated a godly technique. The moment he made a move, he knew how strong he was. He was actually so strong that he could easily seal the nether race with 4 great Taos. Of course, with his own strength, it would be difficult to deal with the primordial nether race. But with the combination of 2 great Taos, the Master God's AI, the Grand Emperor's relic, and many other treasures, his combat power was increased by 100-fold. So strong. The 3 violet-colored sword energies took human form, 2 men and 1 woman. They radiated immortal energy, which was a high-level type of power. A single strand of immortal energy was like a nuclear reactor operating at the same time. Furthermore, immortal energy was divided into various grades, and the 2 men and 1 woman in front of him clearly had immortal energy of a very high grade. The 3 of them were experts with 3 great Taos, which added up to a total of 9. Even still, they weren't strong enough to fight a nether race with 4. You fellows are from the immortal plane? Jiangli sealed the nether race creature and asked calmly. You fellows are from the immortal plane? You're just an ordinary saint, not a Tao-level expert? The 3 of them sized up Jiangli and were suddenly startled. Their eyes were very sharp, and they could tell that Jiangli's cultivation was actually very low. I'm just an ordinary saint, Jiangli said. I just have a few powerful magical treasures, that's all, he said. Now that we've captured this nether race, what do you say we offer it to the immortal world? What a powerful magical treasure, one of the 3 said. It's actually able to suppress the nether race that's so high. You want to sacrifice the infernals to the immortal world? Don't tell me you know the password to the immortal world? That's right, Yang Qi said. I know the password to the immortal world, and I often offer sacrifices to them. Since you 3 are from the immortal world, it's only natural that I save you. Unfortunately, I don't see any passageways in the myriad world's celestial sphere. Chapter 583. The dimension of the celestial world was very strong. Coming to the 3rd universe was also very difficult. How did these people get here? Jiangli couldn't understand. The myriad world celestial sphere is activated, and the passages to the myriad worlds are connected. There are cracks in the celestial world too, and we came through them. But the celestial world is very strange. It has a strong self-healing ability. Even when the passage is opened, it only takes a moment. If we want to open the passage again, we have to wait, or rather, the power of the myriad world celestial sphere is getting stronger and stronger. The woman from the celestial world said, Yes, we came to the myriad world celestial sphere for 2 reasons. First, we wanted to see the glory of the myriad worlds. Second, we wanted to kill some evil experts and sacrifice them to the celestial world's heaven to gain merit. But I didn't expect the evil demons to be so strong this time. Aren't the people of the celestial world very strong? Jiangli secretly muttered to himself. Logically speaking, the immortal realm was an extremely high-level dimension. There were countless experts there, and experts of the three grand Daos were the weakest existences there. These three people in front of him might very well be the weakest immortals in the immortal realm. But he wanted to ask about the celestial world. He knew that Little Darch had gone to the celestial world to escape the laws of life and death. He didn't know what was going on there. He understood now. The passage to the celestial world had been opened for a moment and then closed again. But as the power of the myriad world's celestial sphere grew stronger, the number of times it would be opened and the time it stayed open would increase. If the people of the celestial world came, what other powerful people would come? Would the people of the martial world come? Other than that, the evil nether race had also appeared. The situation of Earth and the solar system was getting more and more complicated. There's no time to lose. Let's start the sacrifice. The man and woman from the celestial world said, "Tao brother, although you have the password to the celestial world and can sacrifice, you aren't from the celestial world. Let us do the sacrifice. That way, we can get the most things. We won't waste a single bit when we sacrifice this nether race. But you'll waste at least 50% of the energy and souls." Is that so? Jiangli didn't hesitate. Then I'll let you sacrifice this nether race creature. He waved his hand, and the sealed nether race creature flew over to the three of them. The female immortals said, "Don't worry, we'll give you a share of the sacrifice. How about this? You get 50% of the sacrifice's power, and the three of us get the other 50. Although you sealed the netherworld, if we help you sacrifice, we'll get something. Actually, if you sacrifice yourself, you'll get the same amount of power and cultivation base as us." That's great. Jiangli nodded. He felt that these three immortals seemed to be okay. They didn't take things by force and were rather particular about the rules. Indeed, he could gain some power by sacrificing the infernal, but the three immortals from the immortal realm would gain twice as much power as he did. It was the same if he sacrificed the infernal, so why not give it to them in exchange for a favor? All of a sudden, the three immortals trembled. Flames erupted from their bodies and condensed into an altar. The altar was engraved with countless characters from the immortal world, and it seemed to communicate with some mysterious power. This was a special sacrifice from the immortal world. Numerous violet needles appeared on their bodies, stabbing into the nether race member's body. The nether race member let out a torrent of curses, but Jiangli sealed them, preventing them from releasing even the slightest ripple. Roar! The three immortals howled, causing immortal world flames to spring up around them. They faced the altar and then prostrated themselves in worship. By the will of the celestial world, let us sacrifice the nether race. As soon as they prayed, they could sense heaven and earth. Up above, the immortal world portal opened up again, and a beam of azure light shot down from it. Within that azure light was an immortal official who held a writing brush and an immortal tome in his hand. Apparently, he was recording all of the meritorious deeds that had been accomplished. Jiang Li's eyes flickered as he realized that the immortal official wasn't a real person, but rather a manifestation of immortal energy. He almost looked like an NPC from a game. But now that these three had sacrificed themselves to the celestial world, the immortal system had issued a mission. Given the level of Jiang Li's cultivation base, the entire world was like a boundless system, filled with all sorts of data, karmic ties, and karmic ties. Even the slightest change could lead to a chain reaction. You have sacrificed the nether race to slay evil. You have vanquished devils and defended the Tao. You have performed great meritorious service, and are hereby rewarded with boundless green energy. Crackle. Streams of pure green immortal chi descended, with Jiang Li's being the thickest. When it entered his body, he felt as if all the cells in his body were incomparably lively, as if they were filled with vitality. Apart from this, many of his laws also became nimble. Every single rune seemed to have its own will as they rearranged themselves. The energy array within his body underwent a new transformation. Not only that, his soul fire seemed to be a lamp that had new lamp oil added to it as it began to flourish. Yes, it was his soul flame. The primary function of the boundless green energy was to increase the strength of his soul flame. What was fundamental? The strength of one's soul flame was the most fundamental. When the soul flame was strong, it could rapidly consolidate all sorts of grand Tao and magical laws. When the soul flame was weak, the grand Tao would collapse. After a full hour, Zhongli could sense that his soul flame had grown by a full third. How could he ever have guessed that the boundless green energy of the celestial world could strengthen his soul flame? It was nothing short of miraculous. Tao brother, are you really a sage? After the sacrifice was over, the altar disappeared and the immortal official disappeared as well. What replaced them were rays of pure light. The soul flames of the three immortals from the immortal world flickered nonstop. It was clear that their cultivation bases had improved greatly. However, when the three of them saw Zhongli slowly withdraw his soul fire, they were instantly stunned. After a long time, the three of them asked in unison, "How can an ordinary saint's soul fire reach such a level of intensity? It's terrifying. Your soul fire is even stronger than the three of us combined. Just what great Tao cultivation method did you cultivate?" "My apologies. It's a grand Tao. I comprehended myself. It's not yet complete. Everyone, the passage to the celestial world hasn't opened yet, and the three of you can't go back either. What do you plan to do next?" Zhongli asked. "What we plan to do? This place is great. Let's not go back for now. Let's just kill the demons and infernal races experts and make sacrifices. How about this? Let's work together. With your help, we'll be able to obtain many opportunities in one fell swoop. Our cultivation base will rise tremendously. If we work together with you and make sacrifices, you'll one day be recognized by the celestial world and have the qualifications to ascend. Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life? There's a power in the celestial world that prevents people from ascending. I can also be recognized by the celestial world and become one of them?" Zhongli asked. "Of course." The three immortals exchanged glances. "A talent like you is exactly what the celestial world is looking for. As long as you continue to make sacrifices and work with us, I believe it won't be long before you gain the recognition of the celestial world and successfully ascend. Once you become one of us, you'll be able to look down on all the heavens. What's the structure of the celestial world like? Can you explain it to me?" Zhongli felt that the three immortals had some uses. "All right, the general situation of the immortal world is that it's boundless and filled with God's spirits. Over there, we don't call it Godhood. Gods are called great overarching golden immortals, and Godhood is called great overarching golden pills or primordial Tao fruits. Over there, we have countless immortal sects, each of which is huge, and under them are nations." The female immortal explained, "Only when you become a saint can you become a disciple of the sect and be high up. So that's how it is. So there are normal people in the celestial world? I thought that the lowest level in the celestial world was saint." Zhongli was shocked. How is that possible? Saints are an important dividing line in the myriad worlds. In any world, saints are existences of high status. Even in the immortal world, they are considered strategic resources. A male immortal said, "I am a disciple of a sect in the celestial world called the Yuan Yuan Celestial Sect. It is one of the top sects in the celestial world. There are gods in our sect who suppress the heavens. If you are recognized by the celestial world and can ascend, then you will definitely join our sect. You are a top genius, and your position will be extremely high." They could tell that Zhongli was valuable and wanted to rope him in. Of course, Zhongli threw out a picture. "I didn't expect that there to be normal people in the celestial world. There are countries and sects too. It seems like it is as I imagined. Right? Does the celestial world have a unified government?" "Yes, the heavenly court." The female immortal said, "In the celestial world, everything is controlled by the heavenly court, mediating conflicts between the sections. There are a few great emperors in the celestial court who manage it together. They are the strongest, But a long time ago, some of them mysteriously disappeared. This caused chaos in the celestial court, and the sects took the opportunity to expand. Our Yuan celestial sect is one of the beneficiaries. I see. Suddenly, Zhongli thought of the eternal emperor and the emperor's relic that he had left behind. The cultivation world was like a small immortal realm. Could it be? Was there a secret? According to the three immortals, the structure of the cultivation world and the celestial world were very similar. The only difference was that the heavenly court didn't exist. However, the great emperor's sects were very powerful. If it wasn't for the humans destroying them, they would have become the same as the heavenly court. Suddenly, he realized that humans were similar to the celestial world. Sects were all kinds of companies. The heavenly court was the government. Chapter 584. After asking for a while, Zhongli finally understood the general situation of the immortal world. Of course, the real immortal world was very complicated and vast. It wasn't something the three immortals could describe. But it didn't matter. Zhongli wouldn't ascend to the immortal world for now. He wanted to stay on Earth and in the third dimension to lead humanity's development. The three of you, shall we go deeper into the netherworld through the passageway? Find people from the underworld and kill them? Capture and sacrifice? Zhongli was very concerned about these three immortals. Actually, these three immortals were not very strong, but they were people of the immortal realm. Their efficiency in offering sacrifices was very high, and they could rope in allies. This was very beneficial to the development of humans on Earth in the future. No, this is the underworld passage. We can't resist the decaying aura coming from it, the female immortal said. And the underworld is unfathomable. There's decaying abyssal power inside that corrodes our bodies. There are many experts there. Our soul fires are suppressed by the resentment. If we get caught by the underworld, it'll be hard to deal with. Then, shall we go and exterminate the demon race? Zhongli thought for a moment. I know of a place with traces of the demon race. Really? They've appeared too? The male immortal thought. They're very cunning. They definitely come to the myriad world's sky sphere. We just have to wait here. Waiting for a rabbit by a tree stump was an idiom of the humans on Earth. However, this male immortal's spiritual waves were transmitted into Jiang Li's mind. This was the meaning. There were no barriers in terms of language. I'm most interested in the natives of the myriad world's sky sphere, the female immortal said. There's a rumor in the immortal world that if natives are born in the myriad world's celestial orb, they're extremely powerful. Their souls come from the void, and after being warped and tempered by the myriad world's celestial orb's power, they're born with the power to break all laws. But we haven't seen any natives since we came here. This place has become a sea of monsters. Could it be that the natives had lost their lives there? That shouldn't be possible. The cultivation of the natives is very strong. It's impossible for them to be killed by a group of monsters so easily. By the way, a male immortal asked, Dao brother, which dimension are you from? Your soul fire seems to have a special aura. Are you a native of the myriad world's celestial sphere? Yes. In the blink of an eye, countless possibilities flashed through Jiang Li's mind. In the end, he decided to tell them the truth. These three immortals were very astute and perceptive. Concealing the truth would only make things worse. It was better to tell them the truth. Really? The three immortals came to a sudden realization. Only people from a myriad realm's celestial sphere have such aptitude. Even in our immortal world, the soul flame of a saint is already as powerful as yours. We're your people, the female immortal said. Don't misunderstand. Our immortal world is a lawful world. We represent the positive side of the multiverse, not the fiend and nether race, so I don't have any ill intentions toward your people. I'm just curious about you natives. We have now migrated to another dimension. Jiang Li said, look at the situation here. Experts are popping up one after another. How can we have long-term peace? If you're interested, you can come visit us. That's great, the female immortal said. But we're still going to cultivate here for now. We're also going to build a base here for our immortal world. When our sex army arrives, we'll expel the myriad races. Then our gods will descend, and refine the myriad realms' celestial sphere. Then the immortal world will truly be the king of all worlds, and our gods will be the rulers of the heavenly court. Refine the myriad realms' celestial sphere? Zhongli frowned. We were born on the myriad realms' celestial sphere. Once we refine it, our souls will be enslaved. Ha ha. We knew you'd ask that, the female immortal said. Don't worry. When the time comes, you humans will ascend to the immortal world and join our sect. Also, once the myriad realms' celestial sphere awakens, the myriad realms will descend, and all worlds will fight over it. You humans won't be able to keep control of the myriad realms' celestial sphere. Only the immortal world can completely grasp it. Think about it. Our immortal world is on the side of justice. That's why we can control the myriad world's celestial sphere of justice. If the myriad world's celestial sphere falls into the hands of the netherworld, or even the devil world, what will happen? That's true. Despite what Zhongli said, he knew that the myriad realm's celestial sphere had to be in the hands of humans. Even the immortal world couldn't be relied on. But right now, he could only cooperate with the immortal world. It wouldn't be easy for the immortal world's primeval almighties to refine the myriad realm's celestial sphere. They'd definitely run into many obstacles, so humans could grow stronger in the process and finally control their own fate. The peerless green Shi had strengthened Jiang Li's soul fire quite a bit. His cultivation had risen again, and it was only a matter of time before he mastered the laws of forgetfulness and fate. When that happened, he'd be more confident in fighting the myriad realm's celestial sphere. We sacrificed a netherworld, so I think they'll come again. They're extremely bloodthirsty and vengeful, said the female, celestial. Also, the netherworld is the best sacrifice for us celestials. We're also the best sacrifices for the netherworld and the demons. That's good too. Zhongli looked at the decaying passageway to the underworld. In the depths of this passageway, there was an ocean-like decaying aura roiling about, making it impossible for him to enter. Just smelling this aura almost made him want to vomit. The poison contained within was something that even the most advanced technology of mankind could not research, because this was the aura of the abyss. The passage to the netherworld couldn't be entered at all. They could only wait outside for the powerful netherworld to appear. Crack! At that moment, there was another loud noise somewhere on Earth. It seemed like the entire Earth was about to split open. The three Celestials and Zhongli all felt the passage open. The four of them flew out at the same time and arrived in the sky above the Earth's equator. They saw streams of light flashing past, and the sky turned the color of blood. Drops of blood rain flowed down, and the ocean was dyed red. It was as if the entire dimension was filled with blood. Not good. Zhongli was shocked. The passage to the Blood Realm has opened. He was very familiar with the Blood Realm because his infinite great Tao was refined by absorbing the 99 Blood Soul Gourd. Moreover, he also knew the password to the Blood Realm. However, he had never offered sacrifices to the Blood Realm because he would definitely not get any benefits. Instead, he would be invaded by the Blood Demons because the Blood Realm was a trustworthy dimension. In comparison, the martial world and the immortal world were upright. As long as you offered sacrifices, you would definitely be able to get what you wanted. However, the strength of the Blood Realm was unquestionable. In the myriad worlds, there were still many people who offered their blood to the Blood Realm. Now that the Blood Realm had opened a passage, powerful blood demons would definitely descend here. The earth was truly plagued with calamities. Blood demons were very difficult to destroy. They came and went without a trace and had endless changes. Their killing power was also very strong. In the blink of an eye, they could suck the life of a world dry. Zhongli saw countless twisted blood shadows wriggling in the crack. After that, a blood demon king stepped out. This blood demon king wore a blood-colored robe and looked very handsome. When the robe spread out slightly, it covered the sky. His aura was very demonic and noble. There was nothing to say about his temperament. He was a youth who was only slightly weaker than Tian Yi in the cultivation world. The three people from the celestial world had ugly expressions. Blood Realm. Someone from the Blood Realm has actually descended. This person is even stronger than the nether race. Yes, he has cultivated 5 great Daos. I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him, Zhongli said. This blood demon was really strong. This was the first time he had no confidence in winning. He scanned the blood demon's body and realized that there was an aura of 5 great Daos. Moreover, it was fused with his soul flame. It wasn't a stolen great Dao. The weird thing was that the experts of the 3 great Daos would be repelled, but this blood demon didn't show any signs of rejection. It was obvious that he had a treasure on him that covered his aura. Let's hide for a while. The experts of the blood world are tough to deal with, the 3 celestials said fearfully. Looking at their cowardly behavior, they didn't seem like celestials. But Zhongli understood that people in the celestial world weren't that noble. They weren't like the legends where all of them had great abilities. Actually, the 10,000 worlds were just different universes. Some universes were strong and some were weak. It was like many countries in the past where people ascended as immigrants. People in the celestial world were also called celestials. It didn't mean that they were strong. Ordinary people in the celestial world might only have a vitality of 10, but they could also be called celestials. Then let's go to the place where humans live. That place is protected by the dimensional will of the heavens. The blood demons can't invade. Let's wait and see, Zhongli said. That's the only thing we can do now. Once the blood demons descend, they'll definitely search this place for powerful existences. It'll be hard for us to escape. When the blood demons come, we won't be able to escape. The blood demons covet us too. If they sacrifice us, the heavens of the blood world will reward them. The blood world is also one of the greatest enemies of the celestial world. Every year, a large number of blood demons invade the celestial world and contaminate the celestials. They go crazy and turn into blood demons. Our sect has to suppress them everywhere to suppress them. The 3 celestials were about to leave with Zhongli. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful divine will swept over them. In an instant, it locked onto the 4 of them, including Zhongli. The blood demon who had stepped out of the blood world's crack smiled, and his divine will envelop them. So, it's a friend from the celestial world. You actually reached the myriad world's celestial sphere before us. Good, very good. Let's discuss who the myriad world's celestial sphere belongs to. Chapter 585. In the end, he'd been targeted by experts from a blood world. Zhongli felt very uncomfortable, but he wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was eager to fight. He'd survived the last battle, and now that he was being targeted by the young blood devil, his fighting spirit began to boil. Fight, fight, fight. There was only one word in his mind. However, he didn't attack. Instead, he smiled and moved to stand in front. Powerful existence from the blood world, what conditions do you wish to discuss with us? Whoosh! The blood-colored light faded away. The young blood devil moved to stand next to Jiang Li and the 3 immortals. My name is Xue Jing. You're not from the immortal world, are you? You don't have the blessing of the will of the immortal world on you. These 3 are from the immortal world, but you're not. And your temperament doesn't seem to belong to any world. Are you perhaps a native of the myriad world's celestial sphere? This guy has sharp eyes, Zhongli thought. Zhongli thought to himself, however, the stronger I am, the more I want to fight to seek a breakthrough. Just now, my soul flame grew stronger by quite a bit. Maybe in battle, I'll be able to condense more moves from the infinite divine fist. I might even be able to successfully cultivate the 4 great laws and complete the matrix of the infinite great Tao. That's right. I'm from the myriad world's celestial sphere. Zhongli replied coolly. Xue Jing, powerful existence from the blood world. What do you want? Do you want to refine the myriad world's celestial sphere? Take over the home of humanity? Refine the myriad world's celestial sphere? No, no, no. Xue Jing laughed. I don't have the ability to do that. The gods of the blood world will do it, and the heavenly will of the blood world will devour the myriad world's celestial sphere. Your home? That's easy. You'll all join the blood world and become blood devils. You'll never die. You'll never grow old. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Fellow Taoist, the 3 immortals urged Zhongli. Let's get out of here. Don't waste time with him. Let's avoid the danger and wait for the passageway to the immortal world to open again. We'll send experts to deal with him. Rumble. Just at this moment, Jiangli punched out. His body teleported and appeared right in front of Xue Jing. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. I am the sole sovereign. My aura devours mountains and rivers, and my martial Tao is matchless. Jiangli took a step forward and teleported. His might was boundless, and his martial Tao was boundless. The transformations of the infinite divine fist started to be activated, and all sorts of different combinations formed an aura that could suppress everything. Everything in the world started to disappear, and the only thing left behind was his infinite divine fist. This was his fist technique. He actually had some of the domineering aura of the martial ancestor Ba Liming. This was the fist technique that he had watched the martial ancestor Ba Liming personally execute. After that, he gained control of the Lord's optical supercomputer and deduced the true intent of the martial Tao. Then he integrated it into his infinite divine fist. This way, his fist technique seemed to have an unfathomable majesty. His infinite divine fist was exquisite beyond compare. After simplifying it, he fused the first 6 moves into the infinite origin. Once the transformations of this move were activated, he would be the only origin in the vast universe. He would be born from nothingness and evolve all things. From beginning to end, he would be lifeless and indestructible. The infinite divine fist's infinite origin, infinite future, infinite liberation, infinite freedom, infinite heavens, infinite calamity, infinite destiny, infinite eternity, infinite termination, infinite instant, and infinite devouring. When these 11 moves were stacked together, they formed an inescapable net that shook the sky and scattered all the blood clouds. Then, he threw another punch at Blood Devil Xue Jing's head. What? Xue Jing was shocked. He actually broke through my blood shadow divine light. Xue Jing was surrounded by a circle of blood shadow divine light. This blood shadow divine light was the power of blood that could change time and space. Anyone who entered it would immediately fall into the deepest level of a space-time maze. It could turn a speck of dust into a vast universe. It was similar to the legendary Yin and Yang dust formation. This way, any attack that came into contact with the blood shadow divine light would be distorted, absorbed, converted, and even reflected. It would not be able to attack Xue Jing's body at all. However, Jiang Li's sudden punch was like the god of creation splitting open the chaos, forcefully breaking through his blood shadow divine light. Then, another punch with the power to uproot mountains and rivers came crashing down from the sky, causing the 5 great paths in his body to feel like they were collapsing inch by inch. On that day, when martial ancestor Ba Liming attacked, any great path, magical treasure, or formation would be destroyed with a single punch. Under his iron fist, no one could withstand a single round. Jiangli had already deeply learned the essence of it. Deep in his soul, there was an unstoppable will and spirit. This was the true essence of martial arts. However, how could Xue Jing be defeated by these attacks? After all, he was an outstanding figure in the blood realm, a figure with 5 great paths. Seeing the fist coming down, he moved slightly. He extended his palm. However, his palm was not the color of blood, but pure white jade. With a slight grasp, bloody light surged out, and in the depths of the bloody light, countless blood-colored lotuses appeared. Blood lotus blossoms. He chanted a long chant. The blood lotus spun and shot out countless rays of bloody light. It shook the air and completely blocked Jiang Li's fist technique. It couldn't enter at all. Your fist technique is very powerful, but it's a pity that you're no match for me because your cultivation level is too low. However, it's a miracle that you can use such a violent martial arts fist technique with such a low cultivation level. I'd like to train you into an outer body clone and see how effective it is, Xue Jing said casually with a finger. His martial arts was very gentle and peaceful, without any bloody aura. In fact, it was a little charming and bewitching, very feminine. However, the killing power of his martial arts was unprecedented. Whoosh! With a finger, layers of space were cut open, and it accurately hit Jiang Li's fist. Jiang Li's body shook violently, as if he had been stabbed by a needle. His whole body was in pain, and in the depths of his mind, above his soul fire, thousands of long, blood-colored needles had appeared, stabbing his soul fire. How about the blood shadow needle? Xuejing smiled faintly and moved forward again. With another finger, a long blood shadow needle appeared on his fingertip. With a slight stroke, the sky cracked, and a dreamy blood-colored luster appeared on the blood shadow needle. Jiang Li retreated again and again, completely defeated. "Why are you running?" Xuejing chuckled. He was already in front of Jiang Li, stabbing him again. His soul seemed to have locked onto Jiang Li's soul fire. No matter how many shadows Jiang Li created, it was useless. Jiang Li was stabbed by the blood shadow needle, and his whole body ached. It was a pain that came from the depths of his soul, and he was almost unable to activate his great path and infinite divine fist. Moreover, with him as the center, thin lines that looked like blood appeared in all directions. They appeared in the air, and they all wrapped around him, as if they wanted to shrink him in one go. Then, like a spider, they would wrap around him, capture him, and kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many sword chi appeared on Jiang Li's body. This was the sword chi formed by the combination of the immortal slaying great path and the immortal end great path. Once this sword chi appeared, it sliced through the air and attacked Xuejing's body. Oh, it's actually the immortal slaying great path and the immortal end great path? Xuejing seemed to be a little surprised. His body began to retreat, as if he could not withstand the attack of the two great paths combined. Jiang Li finally had the upper hand. He roared, and after the two swords combined, it was like a divine dragon circling in the air, slashing at Xuejing's body, making it almost impossible for him to recover. Blood shadow vault of the heavens. As Xuejing retreated, he moved his hands, and all the blood-colored lines gathered together, forming a vault of the heavens that withstood the attack of the sword chi. The sword chi bombarded the vault of the heavens, but it was blocked, and it could not penetrate. Blood Demon's great palm. At this moment, Xuejing's fist technique changed. He opened his fingers and waved them outwards. With a thunderous sound, the air was torn apart, and a giant blood-colored palm appeared. Many blood-colored demons the size of thumbs danced in the air, and they released the heavenly blood curse that filled the area. The moment the heavenly blood curse pressed down, Jiang Li's body changed. The footwork of the infinite divine fist spun slightly, and he dodged the attack of the blood-colored palm. However, when he dodged, the blood-colored palm turned into a giant blood-colored crater where he had been, and even the space seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. Not bad, not bad. Xuejing's body moved slightly, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. Your cultivation is indeed not bad. You've already reached an unfathomable level, especially that fist technique. It's like it's stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. I don't think I've ever seen it before. Did you create it yourself? I knew that if life was born from the myriad world celestial sphere, it would inherit the will of the myriad world celestial sphere and possess the intelligence to communicate with the myriad worlds. It seems that you really are like that. I'm very pleased. I found a treasure the moment I came to the third dimension, and you are a treasure even more precious than a treasure. All of a sudden, Xuejing's body trembled, and many blood-colored lotuses appeared above his head. Each one gave birth to a blood-colored Buddha. Yes, it was a blood-colored Buddha. The Buddha's face was full of benevolence, and it kept chanting all sorts of scriptures. The scriptures formed an incantation again, and as it prayed, the entire world began to change. Jiang Li and the three immortals suddenly realized that the space-time in front of them had shifted. It had become a blood-colored world, and in the depths of the blood-colored world, Xuejing's body was surrounded by countless Buddhas. These Buddhas seemed to have been raised by him. In front of them, it had become a blood-colored world. Jiang Li couldn't escape it all. This wasn't a simple world, but a devil fetus. The blood demon placenta was also a magic treasure. It was this magic treasure that blocked off the pressure of the third dimension universe, preventing him from being suppressed. Everyone, this is one of the most powerful magic treasures of the blood realm. It's called the blood demon fetus, and it's formed from the blood and flesh of countless experts. After countless refinements, it finally turns into a placenta. This placenta is an anomaly in the third dimension, and after being blessed by a god, it will become a connate great Tao. Now, you will become the fetus in this placenta. Chapter 586. Now that Xue Jing had summoned the blood demon fetus, Jiangli felt as if he had fallen into the depths of a small blood world. He did not have any chance to fight back. He frowned but did not panic. At this moment, even if he encountered any danger, he would not panic because there was nothing in this world that could cause him to panic. He saw through everything. The world was vast, and the earth expanded infinitely. The three immortals looked at everything in front of them. They were wary of each other and tried to break out, but they probably could not escape. If not for Jiang Li's resistance, they would have been melted by the blood placenta in front of them. The blood demon fetus kept wriggling, and it gave off a power of digestion. Jiang Li felt that the infinite true qi around him was being refined. He had no choice but to use his endless devouring fist power to resist. A black hole came out his body, trying to absorb the power of the blood demon fetus. But no matter how he tried, the blood demon fetus could not be absorbed into his body. It was obvious that his cultivation had not reached the level where he could break the blood demon fetus. Rumble. At this time, Xue Jing used his most powerful technique. Woo woo woo. Countless blood Buddhas chanted sutras again, and the speed of the placenta's wriggling doubled. Jiangli felt that his endless devouring could not resist the power of digestion. The difference in level was too great. On that day, Long Zaiqian and the other 6 great experts besieged him, but they didn't manage to kill him. However, each of the 6 great experts was only a powerhouse with 3 grand Daos. Even if the 6 great experts joined forces, they might not be able to defeat a powerhouse with 4 grand Daos. But now, Xue Jing was an invincible person with 5 grand Daos. With just a wave of his hand, killing 100 Long Zaiqian was nothing difficult. Every additional great Dao was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. For example, 2 people with 1 vitality could not defeat a person with 2 vitality. Even 10 people with 1 vitality could not defeat a person with 2 vitality. The difference of 1 great Daos was even greater. But the good thing was that the third dimension rejected experts with more than 3 great Daos. So people with 3 great Daos could be called kings in the third dimension. If Xue Jing had attacked Jiangli back then, Jiangli would have died 10,000 times over. Even Jiangli found it difficult to defend against the current attack. His opponent's blood demon fetus wriggled with an earth-shattering power, containing all sorts of corrosive, digesting, and crushing powers. Pu-pu-pu. The 3 immortals coughed out a mouthful of blood and roared. Gore fiend, don't force us. Otherwise, we'll sacrifice ourselves and attract the heaven's will of the immortal world. You won't be able to escape then. We'll take you down with us. Sacrifice? Blood devil, Xue Jing laughed. Sacrifice is useless. You sacrificed yourselves, and the power of your sacrifice can't escape the fetters of the blood devil embryo. So your prayers, and all sorts of communication are useless. The will of the immortal world won't listen to your pleas. The 3 immortals secretly communicated with each other and found that they really couldn't communicate with the immortal world. Instantly, their expressions became very unsightly. Jiang Li waved his hand, and his boundless true energy spread out to protect the 3 of them. He roared, "What do you want, blood devil Xue Jing? Do you really want to refine us? I can choose not to refine you, but I want to leave my spiritual mark in your soul fires. You'll be under my complete control, and then you'll work for me. Even though I've come to the third dimension, there's a bit of a repulsive force, so I can't move easily. I need a spokesperson. You can be my loyal dogs and spokesperson. How about it?" Blood devil Xue Jing smiled like a woman. In that case, you're delusional. Zhongli sat down cross-legged and circulated his true energy. An energy matrix appeared around him to protect him. He didn't have the Grand Emperor relic with him. The Grand Emperor relic was placed on planet Infinity to protect the destiny of the entire human race. At the same time, in the depths of planet Infinity, the Grand Emperor relic was connected to the Lord's ship's AI, activating the intelligence of the insectoid mainframe and beginning to merge with Heaven's will. At the very last moment, this Grand Emperor relic would become the optical computer of the entire human race. At that time, the human world would form a god nation that could float freely in the three-dimensional universe. It could even float to other dimensions. In short, as the human population grew and the destiny grew stronger, the Grand Emperor relic's power would gradually be unleashed. Zhongli didn't have the Grand Emperor relic with him at all times because he felt that he needed to train himself. He didn't need any treasures, and he needed to be independent. That was the strongest existence he could be. So, besides the immortal slaying Great Tao and immortal ending Great Tao, he didn't have any treasures with him. He just fought the elites of the myriad races here. This was the best way to train himself. Oh, you want to resist the power of my blood demon fetus? Blood Devil Shuijing was a little curious. He put his palms together. Blood fills the heavens. Instantly, the sea of blood surged, and blood sprayed from the mouths of the blood-colored Buddhas. I want to see if you can resist my refinement. I'll use the 1,000 Buddhas nirvana and turn it into a sea of blood. You'll meet your doom. The blood-colored Buddhas sprayed blood from their mouths, eyes, and orifices. Then they began nirvana, the 1,000 Buddhas nirvana. These blood Buddhas were formed from extremely strong willpower, and they were no different from real Buddhas. They waved their hands and began to undergo nirvana, using their own nirvana force to produce the strongest cultivation base. This was Jiang Li's first time seeing Buddha nirvana, and it was the 1,000 Buddhas nirvana. At the moment of nirvana, heaven and earth seemed to shrink, as if returning to its original state. It was as if the entire world had returned to a connate demon fetus. Nirvana was a return. The 1,000 Buddhas nirvana represented the world returning to the era of the placenta. At this moment, he himself seemed to become a part of the placenta. He felt his great path crumbling and disintegrating. The great path of nirvana contained within the demon fetus. Nirvana. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He seemed to have comprehended the profound meaning of the infinite divine fist again. A wave of joy rippled in his heart. Ha ha ha! His spirit was very cheerful, and it spread out. This surprised blood devil Shuijing. What are you laughing at? Shuijing said, the 1,000 Buddhas nirvana has begun, and the world has returned to the era of the placenta. There's no way to reverse it. Your fate has been decided, and even I cannot stop it. Next, you will completely melt into the depths of the placenta. Your wisdom, soul fire, and martial comprehension will all belong to me. Is that so? Zhongli suddenly roared. I have to thank you. You actually allowed me to comprehend the martial path to a deeper level. My infinite divine fist has broken through to the 12th move. Infinite nirvana. Rumble. At this moment, when Zhongli saw the 1,000 Buddhas nirvana in the demon fetus, he truly comprehended the true meaning of nirvana. Nirvana was to return to the void, break through everything, and be reborn in the fire of desire. It would wash away all the sins and karma of the original. Once you reach nirvana, your karma would be completely severed and washed away. Therefore, nirvana was like this. After nirvana, you would be a new self. Therefore, in this extremely dangerous demon fetus, he comprehended the 12th move of the infinite divine fist, infinite nirvana. Infinite nirvana was a move that completely severed one's self, and a new self would appear. There would no longer be any entanglement between the past self and the present self. Zhongli stood up from the demon fetus, and he shook his fist. Crackle. His entire body burned with flames. These were not ordinary flames. nor were they his own soul fire. Instead, all of his energy was self-combusting, as if a phoenix was buried in a sea of fire. Infinite nirvana. I will bury my body in the sea of fire, and be reborn once more, severing karma. Jiang Li's fists spread out. His movements were very slow, but his body was born with origin power. His old self turned to ash, and within the raging flames, a new self was born. This was the 12th move of the infinite divine fist that he had just comprehended, infinite nirvana. When infinite nirvana was used, Jiang Li's fist pierced through the limits of the universe, unlocking the secrets of both the immortal and demonic paths. The blood-colored placenta was actually torn apart by him, and a large hole appeared. Light shot in from outside, and Jiang Li grabbed the three immortals and jumped out of the blood-colored placenta. Blood Devil Xue Jing roared and opened his mouth. The Blood Devil placenta was actually swallowed into his body, and then he stood in front of Jiang Li. You actually broke my Blood Devil fetus? He seemed to want to attack, but he was also very wary. Jiang Li's punch just now had him shuddering. Infinite Nirvana's punch was profound, and even he couldn't easily block it. Didn't you see just now? Is there need to ask? Jiang Li said, Blood Devil Xue Jing, you can't do anything to me, but I admit that I can't do anything to you either. We shouldn't be enemies. Although all the races have come to fight for the myriad world sphere, if we fight, the demons and the nether will benefit from it. That's not worth it, right? Although Jiang Li had just comprehended infinite nirvana and broken free of the Blood Devil fetus, he also knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Blood Devil Xue Jing. His opponent's cultivation was too strong, and he had 5 great Daos. Being able to stay alive and comprehend the strongest move from the pressure was already a huge gain. He also had to thank Blood Devil in front of him. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to observe the mysteries of infinite Buddha Nirvana and comprehend the 12th move of the infinite divine fist, infinite Nirvana. Now that Jiang Li had comprehended infinite Nirvana, he would no longer have any obstacles in cultivating the 4 great nomological laws. And although his soul fire wasn't as strong as before, it was much purer. It seemed like all the impurities in his soul had been refined out, and some of the karma in the underworld had been severed. Infinite Nirvana itself was the severing of karma. Chapter 587. Using the infinite Nirvana move, Jiang Li's cultivation rose to another level. His soul fire was clear and flawless. The flames danced and danced, gathering into flames, which then gathered into torches. At this moment, Jiang Li had a clearer understanding of his own soul fire. The flames had many colors, and their purity was unprecedented. The soul fire was the manifestation of the experts of various races. The purity of the soul fire was very important. In the world, because of many different things, people's thoughts would be contaminated with a lot of negative emotions and impurities. The soul fire constantly burned in order to refine these impurities and maintain its purity. Now, Jiang Li had mastered the infinite Nirvana move. He could cut off his karma and be reborn. At every moment, his soul fire was at its strongest and purest. He was fearless. His confidence was unprecedentedly strong. Not bad, not bad. Blood Devil Xue Jing stopped Jiang Li, not letting him leave. He praised again. Looks like I can carry out my plan now. What plan do you have? Are you going to kill me again? Jiang Li asked. Make us your puppets? Of course not. I admit that you have the strength and qualifications to talk to me. Your fist technique is profound, and your martial path is divine. I can't kill you, but you can't do anything to me either. According to the rules of the blood world, you can be friends with such people, Blood Devil Xue Jing said. Friends? Jiang Li thought about it. What do you want? Cooperate with me? Of course. The myriad world celestial sphere is activated. Jiang Li, this is the best place to cultivate. You can communicate with the experts of the myriad races. In time, with this place as the center spread out, including the entire river system, there will be experts stationed there. When that time comes, we can work together to hunt down the experts of the myriad races and increase our strength. Isn't that a win-win situation? Blood Devil Xue Jing said. Hunt down the experts of the myriad races? Jiangli didn't care. If you can hunt others, others can hunt you. Are the experts of the myriad races so easy to hunt? I don't want to attract hatred, unless it's a race that wants to destroy the world. Only then will I kill them. I can coexist peacefully with other races, but you people from the blood world exist to plunder the blood of other races. In this way, you are my enemy. Don't regret it. Blood Devil Xue Jing said softly, I know that you are a native of the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere, and it is very likely that you are the leader of the natives. This makes it even more dangerous. The souls of the natives of the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere are very attractive to the heavens' will of any cosmos. Sacrificing you all will allow us to reap great rewards. If you do not cooperate with me, you will definitely become a target of attack in the future. You don't have to worry about that. Jiangli really didn't want to have anything to do with the people of the blood world, because he knew that any blood devil in the blood world was not trustworthy and could turn hostile at any time. If he cooperated with him, and this blood devil hid in the cultivation world, it would immediately cause a huge disaster. As he spoke, Jiangli's body moved, tearing space apart and creating a distorted space-time force field. In the blink of an eye, with him at the center, space-time violently changed and collapsed. He and the three immortals were trapped inside, and then with a shake, they disappeared without a trace. Good move. Blood Devil Xue Jing sighed in admiration, but didn't chase. This move of Jiangli's was extremely powerful, and there was a hidden counterattack. If he chased after him, it was very likely that he would be counterattacked and ambushed. His senses were extremely sharp, and he knew that Jiangli still had many hidden tricks up his sleeve. He smiled slightly. Natives of the Myriad Realm's celestial sphere, interesting. If I obtain this race and sacrifice them all, I will definitely become a god. The heavens' will of the blood world will make me a god. Jiangli, on the other hand, entered the cultivation world through the passage on Earth. After entering the passage, he activated the heavens' will protection, sealing off the passage. No one could enter through it. Of course, this was to guard against the invasion of powerful experts like the Blood Demon. Meanwhile, the three immortals beside him had entered the cultivation world without a hitch. As soon as they entered the cultivation world, the three immortals were shocked. This is a half-dimension, but it's just a little bit away from becoming a real dimension. It's not easy to give birth to something like this in the universe. Wait, the female immortal's nose twitched. Why is the aura here so familiar? Also, this terrain, the sky, the true Tao of heaven's will, why is it so similar to our world? It's like a miniature immortal world shrunk a billion times. Apart from that, I feel that the heavens will here is communicating with our world. It's always in a state of being one with immortal. You mean this half-dimension immortal world? Jiangli had been struggling with this question. Suddenly, he remembered why Little Darch ascended to the world of immortals so quickly. Why did he receive the favor of the immortal world's heavens will? Little Darch was once the disciple of Great Emperor Relic, and the master of that relic had created the cultivation world. However, he was curious. Great Emperor Chong Sheng was the creator of the cultivation world, but Great Emperor Chong Sheng wasn't the master of his relic. Could it be that the creator of the cultivation world was a great emperor? In the ancient world of immortals, several great emperors took turns presiding over the heavenly court. But not long ago, some of the great emperors disappeared. Did something happen to two of the great emperors of the immortal world, and they came to the third dimension to create the cultivation world? Or perhaps they had fallen into the universe of the third dimension, preparing to be buried here. But before they died, they created a world of cultivation? All of this was a mystery. The cultivation world and humans on Earth were inextricably linked, and the cultivation world and the immortal world were inextricably linked. It was no wonder that there were legends of the immortal world and the heavenly court in ancient times on Earth. It was unknown who passed them down. Heavens, this really is a miniature immortal world. I can't believe there's such a place in the third dimension. A male immortal exclaimed. We must report this discovery to the sect. Who knows? We might be able to find information about the great emperors of the heavenly court. According to our legends, the great emperors who disappeared might have fallen in the astral plane, but they took away the most important token of the immortal world, the Fortune Jade Disc. If anyone can find the Fortune Jade Disc, they can control a portion of the laws of the immortal world and rule over the heavenly court again. The billions of sects in the immortal world will bow at their feet. Fortune Jade Disc? Zhongli had never heard of it, but from the male immortal's explanation, he knew that it was a very important token of the immortal world. It was very possible that it was like the control of the chief god's optical computer. Whoever had it could use a portion of the power of the immortal world's heaven's will. Of course, they would be high and mighty in the immortal world, able to summon wind and rain. The Fortune Jade Butterfly is a rune born from the immortal world's heavens in ancient times. It's also the supreme divine weapon of the heavenly court. The Emperor's seal and commander's orders all have to be stamped with the Fortune Jade Disc. Otherwise, it has no legal effect at all. The heavenly court can't give orders now because this thing disappeared. Now, there's a legend in the immortal world that whoever finds the Fortune Jade Disc will be the son of the immortal world, the ruler of the immortal world. Moreover, they can become the ruler of the myriad worlds. The female immortal explained in detail, not hiding anything from Zhongli. After all, this was a legend, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, they didn't seem to have the ambition to become the ruler of the immortal world. They knew that they were too weak. Even if they found the Fortune Jade Disc, they wouldn't be able to become the ruler of the immortal world. It was like an ordinary farmer picking up the imperial seal in a chaotic world. He definitely wouldn't become the emperor himself. He'd have to offer it to a powerful faction in exchange for some riches. That was the only way to settle things. Do you think that this world was created by a fallen emperor? Zhongli asked the three immortals. It's very possible. We feel that this small dimension is too similar to the immortal world. The female immortal said, in fact, we feel like fish in water in this world. We're very familiar with many of the rules. From this, we can see that we can find clues about the emperor in this dimension. Then, we might be able to find some information about the Fortune Jade Disc. If that's the case, then it really is possible. But I'm the representative of this world's heaven's will. I can unearth some secrets of the cultivation world. In that case, I'll help you find the Fortune Jade Disc, Zhongli said. But I haven't unified the cultivation world yet because the demons are interfering. Once the cultivation world is unified, all the secrets of the world will be revealed to him. Some ancient information will appear. The demons have also invaded this world. The three immortals were shocked. Looks like they have a big conspiracy that must be eradicated. If the demons find the Fortune Jade Disc, then our world of immortals is finished. That's true. That's why I hope that you can cooperate with me to deal with the demons. I also hope that you can temporarily join us humans. Otherwise, if the demons find out that the experts of the immortal world have come, they'll be on their guard. When that happens, it'll be very difficult for us. Zhongli was guiding them patiently. He wanted to turn the three immortals into experts among humans. He even wanted to slowly change their minds and make them completely part of the human race. The freedom of the human soul and the various theories were indeed the truth. They could attract many people to join, such as Long Yueji and Zichangya. They were now part of human civilization. That works too. The humans on the celestial sphere of the myriad realms have many special traits. We can temporarily become one of you. Besides, this world is equivalent to a small immortal realm. It is inextricably linked to the immortal realm. It is equivalent to being part of the immortal realm. I, Yuan Yin, will naturally protect the world against the demons. Slaying demons is the responsibility of the immortal world. That's very good. Zhongli was overjoyed. Chapter 588. The three celestials were all experts of three Taoists. If they really joined the humans, their overall strength would increase by many times. Moreover, they came from the celestial world and had civilization, intelligence, and many refining methods. They could strengthen the human defense and suppress a region. Of course, they could also be a threat to humans. However, Zhongli wasn't afraid. As time passed, he would grow stronger and stronger, and the sovereign god's light, the Queen Mother's AI, and the Grand Emperor Sarira would gradually fuse together. The destiny of the human race would form a special system that no one would be able to invade. Come, everyone, let me show you around. Zhongli brought the three celestials into the human city. They were all invisible and wouldn't affect society. The cities the humans had built rose from the ground one after another. They were sturdy, durable, and filled with battleships. Energy interweaved, and schools were filled with the aura of civilization. The economy had completely recovered, and the lives of families were many times better than those on Earth. With each passing day, the average lifespan of humans increased, and the population also increased. Furthermore, there were some aboriginals from sects in the cultivation world who joined human schools to study. After confirming that they had learned the laws, rules, and knowledge of the human language, they were tainted with the aura of civilization. Finally, after passing various tests, they could become human citizens. The human government passed an immigration law. As long as one was a human in the cultivation world, one could study and take tests to become a human citizen and enjoy all sorts of benefits. This was something that had never happened before. In the previous cultivation world, as long as you joined a sect, you would be a member of the sect for the rest of your life. Even in death, you couldn't betray the sect. Otherwise, you would become a devil and be hunted down by many sections. This is the human race. During the tour, the three celestials became more and more shocked. They looked at the fate of the entire race. It was pure, strong, and orderly. There wasn't a single bit of chaos. This was the most terrifying thing. Perhaps in their eyes, humans were pitifully weak, but in the faces of the three celestials, there was order. Order was the most terrifying thing. When a race grew larger, order would collapse and turn into chaos. This was the case in Earth's ancient history. There were too many humans and too many empires. A slight disturbance would cause them to collapse. That was the lack of an unchanging order. But now, human order was finally established and growing. Moreover, it seemed like there was no real ruler and didn't need to rely on a ruler to maintain order. This was very different from the celestial world. If the supreme ruler of the celestial world disappeared, then the entire system would collapse. Dragons and snakes would rise everywhere. Humans didn't have a supreme ruler to begin with. Everything operated according to order. Between companies and the government, as well as the president and the military, there were all sorts of restrictions. There was also the Senate and Parliament. Everyone maintained their freedom and independence, but they also respected the law. Is that virtual godhood? After touring the various structures of human society, the three immortals saw Planet Infinity. They instantly saw what the entire society relied on. It was the virtual godhood photon computer of the prime god, or more accurately, the photon computer of Planet Infinity. That was taken from the angel race. I also took the Zerg race's mother nest and combined them to form the technology of our human society. What do you think? Zhongli asked. This kind of order has gradually formed a special kind of charm, especially in the current human civilization. There's an aura of freedom, and everyone's soul seems to be unfettered. There is no faith, but it is very ethereal. The three celestial side. What a miracle! It seems like joining the humans to fight against the demons was the right thing to do. That's true. Zhongli smiled. Now that you understand as humans, what do you think? I want to hire you as external help for Limitless Group. If you are willing, you will have the identity of Earth humans. These are 3 chips. They are your identification cards. He took out 3 crystal chips and handed them to the 3. You can use the AI chip to connect to the AI chip and look up all sorts of information about humans, including the martial arts system. Of course, you can also input your own martial arts and comprehension into it to obtain points and wealth. Don't look down on our human technology and cultivation system. There are records of the insect race's technology tree, as well as thousands of cultivation methods. He knew that these 3 immortals had a huge amount of systematic cultivation knowledge. If they were input into the photon computer and analyzed by Limitless, they might overturn the human cultivation system. The cultivation experience of the immortal world sex was many times stronger than the current human cultivation system. Of course, the three were tempted too. You humans have thousands of cultivation methods. How is that possible? I got it by chance during a fortuitous encounter. Zhongli said, the myriad world sphere is special. You just need to input your experience into it, and the photon computer will analyze it to get contribution points and points. Then you can use the points to exchange for information. This is actually an equivalent exchange, using knowledge to exchange for knowledge. Then let me try. Yuan Yin moved slightly and connected her mind to the chip. This chip was similar to a magic treasure and could accept human mental communication. It was very convenient. This was also why most humans were in a meditative state. I will input my cultivation method. My Tao is the most ancient Tao in the immortal world, the primordial spirit Tao. She entered it, and the chip started beeping. The cultivation method of the great path that you have entered has already been stored in the database. Therefore, you cannot receive any rewards. What? Yuan Yin hurriedly opened the database and saw thousands of Taos, including her own primordial spirit Tao. There's also the fourth Tao we'll be cultivating, the primordial spirit Tao. My God, we need to accumulate many contribution points and merits for the sect to exchange for the blessing of the sect elders to teach us the cultivation method of the fourth Tao. There's one here? What? There really is a primordial spirit Tao cultivation method. The other two immortals let out waves of exclamations and glanced at each other at the same time. Their eyes were filled with passion. Cultivation of the Tao had to be done step by step and not in general. This was because the Tao was closely related to the condensation of Godhood. It was like the condensation of nomological laws into a Tao. If you cultivated the immortal slaying Tao, you had to cultivate 99 special nomological laws. If you cultivated anything else, your vital energy wouldn't be pure. Not only would the immortal slaying Tao not condense, it would also collapse and blow yourself up. Therefore, these three immortals had to cultivate the primordial spirit Tao. Otherwise, their vital energy wouldn't be pure and they would die. But the sect couldn't possibly tell them all the cultivation methods. They had to exchange for them with merits. When Jiang Li saw their expressions, he immediately understood. His heart was as clear as snow. I'm sorry, everyone. This is the commonwealth of all humans. I have to abide by it. If you want to obtain the primordial spirit Tao cultivation method, you have to earn merits. He had no other choice. However, our photon supercomputer is working together with the bug race's mother nest. If the mother nest wants to expand, you can kill the great Tao realm powerhouses of the devil race and then sacrifice them to the mother nest. That way, you can exchange them for rewards. That's simple. The three immortals were moved. They felt that this method was much simpler than the sect's contribution points. That's simple. Zhongli nodded. That's great. In the sect, we have to complete countless missions and make connections with the elders. We even have to be hindered by our opponents in the sect before we can learn the primordial spirit Tao. It's so simple here. The three immortals couldn't believe it. Everyone, you've also learned human law and know about intellectual property rights. Your efforts will be rewarded. We humans are absolutely fair, and there are no obstacles. Zhongli said, next, let's study the matter of the demon race. Just like that, he used a simple cultivation method to control the minds of the three immortals step by step. Of course, this was also because he was strong and the humans' Limitless was powerful. Otherwise, these three immortals wouldn't have cared about morality and etiquette. They would have just stolen it. This is bad. It was at this point that Dream Kite barged into Planet Infinity. Looking at the three immortals, she turned to Jiang Li. Jun Sangxing, Mammoth King, and the others used magical laws to rope in many sections. They formed an alliance called the Tao Defense League. They want to drive us out of the cultivation world, and they've mobilized all of the major powers in the cultivation world. And the leader of the Tao Defense League is Meng Jiangnan. I guessed as much, Yang Qi said. Zhongli wasn't surprised at all. They have the support of the demon race behind them, and Jiang Nailin is playing tricks behind the scenes. However, as long as we seize the opportunity and defeat this alliance, unifying the cultivation world won't be a problem. They're attacking us, so we naturally have to fight back, Dreamkite said. Who are these three? Oh, let me introduce them. They're immortals from the immortal world. They're extremely strong, and will be fighting the Blood Devil together. Zhongli had long since told Dreamkite about this. They're temporarily joining us to fight the demons. They're experts of 3 grand hours, and they're extremely strong. So that's how it is, Dreamkite said, stepping forward to greet them. The 3 immortals weren't arrogant. They were deeply afraid of Zhongli and didn't dare to look down on humans. Zhongli destroyed the Blood Devil and Shuejing Placenta, and then left as he pleased. His fist, will, and martial spirit had been branded into their minds and couldn't be erased. Meanwhile, Meng Jiangnan was sitting on the League Lord's throne in a palace on the Heavenspan Peak. Below him were Jun Songxing and Mammoth King, who were both shocked and unconvinced. However, when they saw a shadowy figure behind Meng Jiangnan, they didn't dare to say anything. It was the shadow of the demons. Chapter 589. Everyone, this time, I am back. This time, Meng Jiangnan was full of power, sitting on the throne of the Alliance Lord and looking at all the masters of the cultivation world. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've done a lot for the cultivation world, and the most impressive thing I've done is to become the leader of the extraterrestrial devils. As you all know, the extraterrestrial devils are very powerful. I was going to take drastic measures to defeat them, but unfortunately, I was killed by a traitor. Now, they've become even worse and invaded our world. We can't do things on our own anymore. We must unite and kill them. Meng Jiangnan, are you telling the truth? The headmaster of the Pure Yang Academy was a little skeptical. I know that your master, Ancestor God Dream, has become a big shot among the otherworldly demons. Now that the entire Dream sect has joined the otherworldly demons, how can we guarantee your innocence? That way, I can kill them, Meng Jiangnan said fiercely. These people can't do anything right. They joined the demons from outer space. They deserve to die. If I don't kill them, I'm not a human. That's right. Meng Jiangnan has sworn to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons. Among us, he is the one who is most familiar with the extraterrestrial demons. The most important thing is that he used to be the leader of the extraterrestrial demons. His cultivation is unfathomable, and he has fought with Zhongli several times. Of course, he has the help of a mysterious force, and they want him to be our leader, Jun Songxing said helplessly. But now, he could only speak for Meng Jiangnan. I support Meng Jiangnan, Elephant King said. He had no choice but to support Meng Jiangnan. With the demons behind him, he had to protect him. Jun Songxing, Elephant King, who is the mysterious force behind you? The principal asked. Are you inviting wolves into the house and inviting even stronger demons? No, they are from the mortal world. Elephant King and Jun Songxing quickly said, the immortal world is actually the life universe of the cultivation world. The cultivation world was created by imitating the immortal world. Therefore, the immortal world is definitely a pure world. Think about it. Even the immortal world is fighting against the demons from outer space. Don't you think we represent justice? That's true. Dean Chunyang was still worried. They said that the immortal realm supports you. What token do you have? This is the mark of the immortal world. Meng Jiangnan waved his hand, and a stream of purple qi appeared on his palm, which condensed into a rune. Everyone shuddered, and they felt as if the immortal world really appeared in front of them. In fact, this was the mark of the demon world. However, demons were good at enticing people's hearts. They could choose to turn into celestials or even the celestial world. If these people prayed to the celestial world, their souls would be controlled by the demon world, but they would not know about it. I've already established a connection with the immortal world. I'm their emissary. If you worship the immortal world through me, you'll be able to get a spot there. In other words, once your cultivation reaches a certain level, you'll be able to ascend to the immortal world. In fact, Even if you haven't reached the required cultivation level, the world of immortals will send emissaries to welcome you into the world of immortals. I'm a member of the world of immortals now. I can ascend to the world of immortals at any time. What do you think? Meng Jiangnan threw out the bait. What? Ascending to the immortal world? That's impossible. He can really ascend. He has the pure aura of the immortal world, and his cultivation is unfathomable. I can tell that the passage he took to the immortal world is the real one. Right. Looks like the immortal world has really come to our world of cultivation. We can't tolerate it. That's great. The immortal world has taken a liking to us. It's our destiny. Maybe in the future, our entire world can ascend to the immortal world. No wonder. Meng Jiangnan used to be the leader of the demons from beyond the sky. He has done a lot of research on them and accumulated a lot of merits. No wonder the immortal world's heaven has taken a liking to him. Looks like he's a good choice to be our leader. That's great. Looks like our chance is here. Right. Looks like the demons from beyond the sky have triggered the protection of the immortal world's heaven will. That gives us a lot of opportunities. That's true. There must be great fortune in a great calamity. Everyone was excited to see the will of the immortal world unleashed by Meng Jiangnan. The truth was that they had been deceived by the demons, but with their cultivation bases, they couldn't tell. Only Jiangli would be able to see everything clearly. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, our alliance is now set. Next, we'll need the experts from all sects to form a grand spell formation. Once we're done practicing, we'll attack the extraterrestrial fiends. Meng Jiangnan waved his hand, and countless talismans appeared. Among the talismans, there were many ways to study the formation. These talismans contain the cultivation methods of the formation. Everyone, this is the formation that the people from the immortal world taught me. All of our disciples are included in it. Right now, the number of demons from beyond the sky is 1 trillion, and we have 10 times the number of disciples who can fight. Let's practice a bit and practice the formation. Then, we'll pray to the immortal world. The people from the immortal world will be able to sense it, and they'll use their skills to enhance our strength. Meng Jiangnan started his plan. His formation was from the demon world. The demon world and the immortal world had fought countless times, so they knew everything about the immortal world. His formation was very tempting. If a sect used this formation and prayed to the immortal world, they would indeed be able to gain the overall blessing. In this way, everyone in the sect would be possessed by the demon world's devil will. Although their cultivation bases would not increase, they would also be demonized. Unknowingly, they would become the loyal dogs of the demon world. Of course, the demon world would give them some benefits at the beginning. Once they had a taste, they would be unable to stop. These formations are so exquisite. The Pure Yang Courtyard Lord looked at the cultivation methods of those great arrays and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Sure enough, they were all kinds of exquisite methods. That was a great array from the demon realm. Naturally, it was much more brilliant than the various cultivation methods of the cultivation world. A bunch of fools. This is the demon world's bewitching formation. It can even tempt immortals, let alone you lot. Once you cultivate this formation, you'll be bewitched and begin to gain boundless power. But then, your souls will be handed over to the devils. When the time comes, you'll be devoured by the devils. I'll be sacrificing all of you to obtain countless divine abilities. When the time comes, I'll kill Jiang Li and devour the heaven's will. I'll become the heaven's will of the cultivation world. Meng Jiangnan laughed inwardly. You can study the Pure Yang sect first. After that, you'll practice. The people from your sect have already arrived at the foot of the sky-piercing peak. What do you think? All right. The dean of the Pure Yang sect smiled. Everyone, let's go take a look. Let's see how effective our sect's training formation is. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of the experts flew up and landed at the foot of the sky-piercing peak. There was a grassland at the foot of the peak, and a city had already appeared. Roar! There were at least 1 million students in the city, all of them chanting loudly. At this point, a few experts from the Institute flew up to greet the dean of the Sage Institute. This is the cultivation method for a grand formation. Pick 300,000 students and have them practice a minor spell formation. What do you think? The abbot passed down the cultivation method, and soon everyone began to cultivate. There were 300,000 students, all of whom were praying, cultivating, and communicating spiritually according to the method of the formation. Moments later, rumble. The will of the students in the formation seemed to be communicating with a mysterious world, the world of immortals. However, in the immortal world, there were strange and dazzling lights. Countless auras descended, blessing each and every student. What? The dean's eyes flickered with astonishment. These students seemed to have made significant progress in their cultivation bases. Their psychic power and life force are both soaring. What kind of prayer is this? How could it be possible for them to reach such a level? It doesn't seem like they're doing anything at all. Sacrifice is an equivalent exchange, Meng Jiangnan said with a seductive smile. Meng Jiangnan laughed, his voice full of temptation. And now, they're activating the grand formation, praying devoutly, and communicating with the immortal world. The immortal world is rewarding them. This time, we've seized the opportunity. The mighty immortals of the immortal world really want the myriad realms celestial sphere, so they're willing to pay any price in order to destroy the extraterrestrial demons and obtain the myriad realms celestial sphere. So we've all profited this time. Amazing. All the sects were laughing. As expected, the students of the Pure Yang Institute are advancing. 300,000 disciples, and their strength has almost doubled. As expected, the students were all trembling and wriggling, their faces filled with happiness. Their life force was rising steadily, and not only that, but their realms were also rising. Their psychic power was rising even more. Vortexes formed in each of their bodies, constantly changing. Some of the experts even broke through to the embryonic breathing realm. Rumble. All of a sudden, they all wriggled and spewed out huge bursts of energy, landing on the mountains, rivers, and land in the distance. The mountains, rivers, and land instantly collapsed, forming deep pits. Then, they gradually recovered, but they turned into a patch of purple. A remarkable power that can change the heavens and the earth. This time, everyone was stunned. They had never expected the grand formation to be so powerful. Of course, this grand formation is not their own power, but a channel that they opened. They prayed devoutly to the immortal world, and the immortal world communicated with their bodies. They were just a medium, and it was the power of the immortal world that caused the mountains, rivers, and land to be rebuilt. Meng Jiangnan was also shocked. This is the power of the devil world. It's really invincible. It can actually hide from the cultivation world's heaven's will and descend its power. I know, the devil world used the souls of these aborigines to conceal their aura. The devil world used the bodies of these people to descend its power, so it could completely hide from the cultivation world's heaven's will. Chapter 590. In the Depths of Infinity Star. Jiang Li, Dream Kite, Hua Lu Dao, Dahe, Hong Heiyu, Ancestor God Dream, Zi Changye, Zi Piao, and Long Yueji were gathered together. This was the central power of humanity and the strongest lineup of the limitless group. Dahe, Hong Heiyu, Zi Piao, and Dreamkite had all become supreme saints in the battle that day. Their cultivation was even more profound now. Of course, apart from the 9 saints, there were also Yuan Yin, Yuan Hua, and Yuan Ming. These 3 are from the celestial world. They've joined our human camp. Jiang Li introduced. We now know that behind Jun Songxing and the other sects is the power of the demon world. They want to chase us humans out of the cultivation world, and, at the same time, threaten the safety of the entire world. We can't tolerate this. 3 from the celestial world? Hua Lu Dao and the others looked at each other. They were very shocked, but they maintained their calm. Since Jiang Li had roped in these 3, then they would definitely be firmly in the hands of humans. The Qingxiu Foxes won't ally with them. We're waiting for them to come for a meeting, Dreamkite said calmly. When they ally, war will probably start. This time, we humans are fighting passively, and we're in the right, so we won't be criticized. Because we represent the order of justice in the universe, and the demons represent evil. We haven't violated the profound meaning of our camp. Originally, humans attacking the natives of the cultivation world was against morality. After all, humans were borrowing the path. Living in the cultivation world was just a temporary residence. If they destroyed the natives, it would be an invasion, and there would be some karma entanglement. In the future, their fate would be tainted by the sin of killing. But now, the demons had invaded, and these people had sided with them. This was not tolerated by heaven and earth, nor by the camp. Moreover, they were the first to attack. Humans fighting back wasn't immoral at all. A passageway opened up before a gorgeous and charming woman walked out. It was Qing Xiao, and by her side were 3 gloomy young men and a petite girl. The 3 young men with cold expressions were all saints, and they emitted a wild and violent aura. On the other hand, the girl cheered excitedly. She gave off a feeling of spring sunshine. She was actually a saint as well. Allow me to introduce them. These 3 are the leaders of the wolf tribe: Saint Hungry Wolf, Saint Vicious Wolf, and Saint Dire Wolf. They're all my subordinates. This is the leader of the bird tribe, the 100 Spirit Saint. She's also my subordinate. There was no smile on Qingqiu's face. After the introduction, he threw out a heavy sentence. You humans are facing imminent disaster. Do you know that? What disaster? Dream Kite countered with a question. Right now, Meng Jiangnan has become the leader of the alliance. Almost all the sects in the cultivation world have joined forces to deal with you humans. Apart from that, some hidden experts have also appeared. That's nothing. Meng Jiangnan received guidance from the immortal world and became its representative. He obtained some great formations from the immortal world, and now countless sects are practicing them. With just a bit of practice, the formations will receive the blessing of the immortal world, greatly increasing their strength. First, the disciples of the pure Yang Academy almost doubled in strength. Now, it's the immortal world that wants to exterminate you humans, Qingqiu said. That's right. We came this time to see what countermeasures you have. The 3 leaders of the wolf tribe said, although you humans are powerful, we still have to protect our own tribe. Moreover, we can't fight against the immortal world. Otherwise, when the experts of the immortal world descend, we'll all die. What did you say? The immortal world supports those natives? Yuan Yin almost laughed. You are? Only now did Qingqiu notice Yuan Yin and the other 2. He could tell that their cultivation bases had been completely overturned, and that they were actually supreme experts of 3 great Taoists. We're from the immortal world, Yuan Meng roared. We're disciples of the origin school. There's no way we don't know about the will of the immortal world. Don't tell me the demon world lied to them. Plus, the immortal world has always followed an equivalent exchange. There's no way we'll be able to obtain endless power just by praying. This is a trick of the demon world. First, the demon world pretends to be the immortal world, then tempts the living beings into praying. Then, they get addicted and have no choice but to hand over their souls and flesh to the demon world, which then absorbs them and transforms them into pure devil Yuan. That's right, Yuan Hua said. This is definitely the work of the devil world. We've been at war with the devil world for so many years that we're very familiar with each other. Jiangli, can you show us where the sects are gathered? Of course. Jiangli made a grasping motion, and the cultivation world appeared in front of him. It looked like a chicken egg that floated in the middle of space. Originally, it had been roughly the size of 3 solar systems, but now it was growing larger and larger. It was now close to the size of 4 solar systems. It was a sign that the world was expanding and that Heavenly Will's cultivation base was rising as well. It was a 3-dimensional map. The map expanded until it reached the center of the cultivation world. It was the huge Tongtian Peak. There were sects everywhere on the prairie below the Tongtian Peak. The experts of the sects were all gathered there, practicing all kinds of formations. Each formation seemed to be connected to a mysterious world, filled with immortal energy and beautiful colors, and emanating an aura of bravery and determination. It was a power that could shake the future. As expected, this is a trick of the demon world, the three immortals said. Damn it, the demon world really did invade this place. That Meng Jiangnan is just a pawn. Only the demon world would do something like this. They're pretending to be the immortal world. Then what we do now? Qingxiu asked doubtfully. Our top priority is to either kill them all or cut off the source of their prayers, Yuan Yin said. They've already fallen to the demon world. If we let them continue praying, the demon world's power will descend upon this world through them and demonize it. When that happens, the mountains, rivers, and lands will be covered in demonic energy, and all life will turn into demons. Killing all of them? That's too cruel. Jiang Li frowned. Moreover, it's not easy for the cultivation world to give birth to these beings. If we kill them all, it'll turn the world into a land of the dead. It's best for us humans to accommodate them, assimilate them with our civilization, and make them acknowledge our order. Only then can the cultivation world advance. Then we can only cut off their energy source, causing the demon world to reveal its true form. Yuan Yin said, according to this situation, there should usually be an expert from the demon world setting up an altar at a place not far away from the cultivation world. The prayers of these people will first pass through the altar and be fed back into the demon world. The experts from the demon world will then use the origin energy of the demon world to feed it back down. After going through layers of bewilderment and demonic dance, the experts in the mortal world will fall head over heels. Even saints will be bewildered. If we find the altar and destroy it, then those people will wake up. Their prayers won't have any power. Not only that, the demonic nature that boosted their strength will erupt, turning them into demons. They will go berserk and kill the innocent, causing chaos. Following that, we can act as the saviors and save these people before announcing everything in the demon world. Good idea. Zhang Li nodded in praise. He did not expect that this immortal Yuan Yin was actually an expert in battles. You're flattering me. This is a method we often use. Furthermore, if we don't kill people now, this is the best method to destroy the source of the altar. Otherwise, if this continues, those people will fall deeper into the demon world. After a few more days, they will no longer be able to recover. They will turn into true demons, and when it is necessary, they will sacrifice themselves to the demon world. By then, we will be facing groups of demons. In the demon world, the cannon fodders are the demons. Those demons are pitiful worms that have been bewitched by the demon world. Yuan Yin explained the knowledge of the demon world to Jiang Li. In the demon world, the lowest grade of demons are not the indigenous residents of the demon world. They're the original residents of the demon world. If the demon cultivator cultivates to a certain realm, he will become a demon general, and if he advances another level, he will become a demon king, and if he advances another level, he will become a demon lord. The demon lord is basically equivalent to the strength of a saint, and above the demon lord is the demon god. The demon god is a supreme figure who has cultivated the virtual divine deity, but I think this kind of supreme figure will not appear for the time being, so our opponent is mainly the demon lord. Is that so? Jiang Li pondered inwardly. The great Tao realm demons can be called demon monarchs, but the difference between great Tao realm experts is like heaven and earth. If 5 or even 6 great Taos appear, they can completely destroy me. But the demon world altar has to be found and destroyed. Meng Ziyuan said, this also concerns the safety of us humans, as well as the safety of the cultivation world. Once the cultivation world is occupied by the demon world, where can we live? We have to destroy it. But I don't know where the demon world altar is. Jiang Li recalled the cosmic storm zone, but there was no aura of the demon world altar there. I don't know a type of immortal technique, but I will need your help. Yuan Yin said, we can use the source of the devil chi to find the true location of the demon world's altar. Oh, what method? Jiang Li felt that this was a feasible plan. That is to ask the origin of the immortal world. Yuan Yin said, using the heavenly sacrificial art to observe the heavenly cycle is called the myriad immortals' heavenly cycle surveillance art. Let's work together and use our supreme Tao. I'll perform the art, and you'll help me with your fire of the soul. My fire of the soul is incomparable to yours. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.